And hello everyone and welcome into yet another live stream. Yes, yet another live stream. Is everything working? There will do this. Yes, good. Alright. Sick. Fun. So let me just yeah, today's live stream name is not as exciting molecule generator because you see the name molecule generator sounds really fun and exciting, but this one will not be as exciting as you think. Yeah, unless I want to lower your expectations before we do anything because it will be not, yeah, it will be decent. That's it. So let me just boom. And there we go. That's how I used to start streams back in the day. Just me, terminal, and CD desktop projects. There we go. Now MKD molecule generator. Or maybe I should start a GitHub repo for this. Maybe that's a good. I don't know. I don't know if anything will be of it. Okay, so code for now, and we are starting. So here's the basic idea for what I'm trying to do. What I'll try to do. This generator. This will be just a program which will be designed to simulate different molecules. You'll see what I mean. First of all, let's do Python. Let's call, yeah, we'll code it in Python. I'm not doing it in C. No, it's horrible. First of all, let's do table.json. There we go. And then basic gen.py. Those will be our two basic program. We'll do basic files for this, obviously one program.json, and here's the idea. We will do it like this, and we will basically, actually maybe I should do it as an array. Yeah, I should do it as an array. Atoms, and there we go. This will be an array in which we will have stuffs, a lot of stuffs. Basically, a symbol. So maybe I should actually make a character, maybe cha, great, which will be h, like this. Can you not use these? Really? Does it have to be a string? I suppose that's even better because sometimes we will use to. So we'll have a cha, and over here we'll basically I should probably explain before I do anything, right? Yeah. So basically, I'll compile a JSON file with every single atom in the periodic table, or at least all of the reasonable ones, because I might left out some of the crazy ones. Periodic table, because the crazy ones I know they will be required. But basically we'll compile a list of everything up to the organism will be too much, right? I feel like Radon is borderline crazy, but not as crazy as it could be. I would like to include the sixth group, the periods in groups, right? I think. Yeah, so plot atomic mass. What's it? Oh, this website will be great. So yeah, we'll basically compile every single thing, and then we'll create a generation program, which could go through every single combination of elements and basically tell us how stable each molecule would be. It's not, yeah, actually that's it. Someone joined the stream and left right away. I don't blame them. Alrighty. This, not gonna lie, for me it's exciting. Oh, look at this! Oh, there's everything in here. It's lovely. So here are the things that we would care about. Atomic mass, yes, we do. There's... links to this site is great. Atomic mass, yes. Electron configuration, very much. Oxidation states, yes. Although this one will require fiddling because this will be tougher. Electron negativity, yes. Atomic radius, yes. Ionization energy, electron affinity, melting point, boiling point, we don't care about those. Density, do we? No, we don't. We don't care about density. Although we might add it just in case. There's everything here. That's so great. That is so great. This site is so amazing. Let me just check one thing. I'm sorry for the stream going black for a second, but alright then. Yeah, today. Tefta is going to win Hackaday. I mean, they haven't announced who is going to win, but let's be real, we all know that. Okay, top 10. That's obvious. That's so obvious. Oh, hi, the Tefta. Hi, welcome. Yeah. Hi. All right. So back to the stream for now. There we go. So, yeah, let's have another sip of coffee. Yesterday I haven't drank any coffee, that's why the stream sucked, but today I am drinking because that is... I miss this bitter goodness. So, atoms, and we'll basically have to add all of them. We'll figure out how to create a generation script later on, because basic idea is obviously very simple. It's a very primitive, just iteration, something with recursive, something with iteration, something, basic stuff in order to generate every single molecule. That's the easy part. We might need to optimize that, but still will be very easy. The hard part, the actually tough and fun bit, will be figuring out which molecules should be stable and which would be unstable, because that will require a lot more thinking. If we figure it out though, it would be really fun, because I could just run this script overnight and then we'll have molecules with different properties and we could just see, whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is, we're doing this. So for now, I would really like to first add everything here, which means atoms, and just add them together. So first of all, we have the chart to represent. Then we will have the atomic mass, like this, 10080. Then we will have the electron configuration. Will have to be an array. Electron configuration, that will have to, it has to be an array, which we will fill in soon. Then we'll have oxidation states, which is a bit more difficult, I suppose, the oxidation state. What is this information? Lovely. Oxidation state that this element commonly has in a compound. The oxidation state of an atom is defined as a hypothetical charge that would be held by that atom if all of its bonds to other atoms were completely ionic in nature. For example, the oxidation state of carbon in CO2 would be +4, since the hypothetical charge held by the carbon, if both of the carbon-oxygen double bonds were completely ionic, would be equal to +4. Each oxygen would hold charge of -2, since oxygen is more electronegative than carbon. That is actually... Oh, and they have a link to library texts. Oh, that's so lovely. But yeah, wait, this would mean... This would be very convenient, actually. Okay. Okay. I'm so excited. I don't know if it's coffee or if it's a hackaday or what, but I am so excited today. Might be all of those things. Alright. So the oxidation state would be an exciting day. It is so exciting. This will be an array. For now, I'm just filling with this. Electronegativity, that's electronegativity will be just a number. In this case, 2.2. Then atomic radius. Having distract myself to not go nuts waiting. Well then, I'll be more than happy to distract. So, chemistry, right? Chemistry, programming. I have to distract myself. Atomic radius, there we go, which will be 120 units. We don't have to add the units here because that will be obvious since we are doing it with this. Then I'm pretty certain there aren't any comments in JSON anymore. Ionization energy, might as well add this. Sounds very cool. What are you doing? Well, basically, I would like to compile a JSON file with every single atom and some basic not basic actually, just information about those atoms. And then I would like to generate a script which would first, very basic script, obviously, the obvious, the normal stuff, which basically would create every combination of those atoms. And then the more advanced script, the hard part, the fun bit, which would go through this entire list and check which molecules would be stable. So that, I could leave it running for like 3 weeks, and then well, it wouldn't be done, but then after 3 weeks, I would have like a huge list with thousands of different molecules, which should be stable. Yeah, that is kind of cool. Yeah, I know. It won't be easy. I'm pretty certain I won't be able to finish it in the stream. And I'm also doing it in Python because it's much harder, and I wouldn't be able to do it in C, even though C would be faster. I just wouldn't be able to do it. That's why I have to do it like this, because it will be fun. Isn't this what they do on supercomputers at universities? Kind of, except they are doing it better. They are doing it with, well, okay, I'm completely guessing here from what I know about quantum physics and chemistry, but I'm guessing the way they do it is more advanced, because when you have an atom, right, and you have the electron clouds around it, right, some example electron clouds, this is not valid in any way, shape or form, just an example, then the way I do it is I basically read how many electrons are in each cloud, and based on this I used chemistry rules in order to determine if how this atom would interact with other atoms. What they do in universities, though, is they take all of these electrons and they simulate it using differential equations and quantum physics. So basically, that, as I said, I'm guessing based on my knowledge of math, quantum physics, and chemistry, and computer science, but that would seem to be the most obvious course of action here. So basically, they would simulate how these electrons interact with each other, right, with the entire rest, with everything, and with other atoms, how the nuclei would interact, and stuff like that. And based on this, they could have a very, very accurate simulation of what this atom would do in very specific scenarios. In my case, as I said, I would have the list of what probably would be stable, because you could always tweak your setup when it's done. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, I would have a list. Some of the entries on that list would be exceptions, obviously, but this list should be rather accurate in general, because I'll try to add as many things as I can. I don't have the processing power to do. No, I don't have the processing power, nor the time, nor the intelligence to do it with differential equations. Although it would be fun. If I had 1 million subs, I would just call I would just call Free Brew and Brown, and we would figure something out. But no. For now we'll have to do it the more basic way. So ionization energy, which I'm also adding here, 13.598. That's the million sub plan. You better believe I would love. There's so many projects I would love to do with Free Blonde Brown. For example, one thing that I would really love to do is basically create a stream, maybe for a child checkup, something like that. Make a stream where I would invite many of the mathematician panfixers. On my way, mate. You bet. Listen, I already got used to saying, not if I get 1 million, only when I get 1 million. On my way, I'll listen. I'll either die or get there. There's no in between. I am on my way to the 1 million. So basically, I would love to make a stream where I would invite all of these mathematician YouTubers, and where basically we would explain things from every corner of math. So, you could join the stream and ask about anything, because I know that there are many concepts which aren't known well, and the only issue with that is that people who invented those concepts, right, who discovered, they don't really know how to explain them. Because there is obviously there are different skills required to invent something or discover it and to explain. Although those really often overlap, then those still are different, because on one hand you just have to see if something makes sense, and on the other hand you have to explain it in a way which is logical. And because of that, I feel like it would be a very fun stream to do it, because obviously I don't know everything when it comes to math. In my case, it's calculus, computer science. Those are the kind of only two things I'm good at. I'm decent with probability. Well, alright with probability. I mostly studied probability for quantum physics, so I'm alright. I am alright with everything that's required for quantum physics, and the rest, like geometry or vectors and vectors and matrices. That I'm having huge troubles with these. Huge. I mean, I even watched Free Blonde Brown's videos. Just doesn't click. It's not clicking for me. I maybe mostly problem is that I never use these. I have used these only in my graphical engine. That's it. So because of that, it doesn't really click. Alright, electron affinity. I have no idea what these things are, but that doesn't matter because you see. Can I, by the way, be more efficient about this and just download this entire thing? Huh, that's convenient. Would you look at that? Oh, but this way we'll have to parse it. We will have to parse it a bit. Actually trying to study matrix operations. By the way, what... I'm sorry for changing the topic, I just remember right now. This app... What is it about? Can you tell? Can you say anything, or is it like top secret government info? Yeah, I can. Oh yes. Tell me then. Tell me more. This column, this row. Oh, this way. We'll have to parse it to be a bit different. We will. This is... I mean, I understand why this would be here. This is obviously very logical for that side, but for our use, we will need it to be different. It's a voice-to-text service that records meetings and connects to API to abstract elements for business owners. Oh, that sounds sick! Oh, that sounds sick. Oh, that does sound fun. Just play during a meeting and then GPT is basically a ChatGPT accelerated meetings. Oh, it's fun. Personal assistant would do. Oh, that is fun. That is great. The best apps are created when there's an actual goal in mind. You know, when you're trying to solve a problem for yourself. I don't really like the fact that they have it all in arrays, because this would be a bit suboptimal for me. Folders to pass, info for specifics. I will not even pretend to understand. I know. Alright. I've done it a million times, but I can never remember. I have memory with Goldfish, so Python JSON, it's the most basic of things, but I just know all the business documents and specifics. Listen, I will not even try. I am not a business. I am a YouTuber, so bless be real, I'm as far from a businessman as I could be. So I will not even pretend that there's a Discord snippet, maybe. Kind of save it into file and save into file, but I can clearly see why it would be useful, because it's like an assistant except automatic. Yeah, this is what we need. As I said, done it a million times, can never remember. I'm pretty certain over here we just no, it is not quite what we need, but we're getting close. This is writing to a file, so this is how we'll write into table JSON. Thank you. You can all go away. Actually, no, you will need this. I would like to see a meeting for open muscle, and they would know all the documents that involve the plus everything just when answering query. Yeah, it's like an assistant, except way better. Just this over here. I have a lot of snippets of this. I know I could just use my own, I suppose. For a meeting. Alright, no worries. Desktop projects. Which progress tracker? list code Python, if I may. No, this is math gen. Oh my goodness, these code snippets are a bit long for my liking. Oh boy. It's actually kind of fun because this file right here, I'm pretty certain at some point was also responsible for changing my background so that it would update every single time someone subscribed to my channel. But later on it broke when I switched channels for obvious reasons. So let me just... I was looking for a code snippet. Alright, this code is very make it like. By that I mean, you will see what I mean by that. So basically over here I was running a compiled program because I am insane. And I did it in C instead of and I did it in C instead of Python. I was also using my own file, which is just sad. Alright, so with open as read, there we go, this is exactly what we need. So first we'll pass this one into this, which basically means pub chem elements, maybe don't misspell it, there we go. And now we have contents. Contents are everything we need, so contents are a thing, which means we need to create a new JSON thing. Okay. So here's an example of what it looks like. We have a table. Inside the table we have a row, which is an array, and then in each of the cells of the array we have this, from which we can increment forward. Okay, it shouldn't be that hard. I don't like these because those are the election orbitals, and as I said, all of my criticism against this is not criticism because I am using it for a different thing than it was used originally. So obviously it's very well written, but I have a different use for it, and because of that I'll have to repass it. For example, this. Because this is obviously just helium orbitals and these, which is very logical and very chemical and very nice, but not for what I need. For what I need, it's problematic. Also these, have to turn them into an array. Alright, right then, alright. Carbon's ancient. Okay, let's pass it. So, table, then we have row, then array. So we will have table, then we'll have row, uppercase, lowercase, both uppercase, table, row, and over here I. So actually we can do it the professional way. For element in this, there we go. And now we can do element, and each element would be this thing, which means we can use it now. So we have this, which has a couple of things in it. We'll use it as a reference. So element 0 would be just the index, right? I'm pretty certain there is... why did I delete that? Why did I delete the first thing? There we go. Atomic number symbol. Okay, we can just do it like this. Great. I don't know why I deleted that. It's so much obvious. So, we could also actually use them as an array. I suppose that would be smart. Huh. Maybe. Maybe that's not the worst idea. But we'll have to break them down. So, we will need an array over here. We will need an array which will be called atoms. And then what we'll do is we will atoms append this. And what we'll actually append to them is atom. What would it be? Let me just play some music in the background, by the way, because I feel like everything is better with music. And this is actually a rather fun stream, not gonna lie, because we are doing something quite exciting. So let me just get. I'll let you save on the composite. Might fine print. No, we told you so. Oh yeah, we told you so. Now that's a good one. Remember me? I'm that guy that laughed out constantly all the time because I always supplies missed forward line. I won't, don't worry. Atom, what's it called? Define. Desires must suppliers. I get the tools to needs for expertise to meet the run. It's not an example. What word am I looking for? Not sample. Not a sample, not an example. What rhymes? No, the right when I hold it down, still by surprise. One little society will collect a while. Tell me that. Who's laughing now? Schematic? No. I'm looking for a word. Yes, we can listen. I never was the chatty type. What is the word I'm looking for? It's not a schematic, it's not an example, it's something. Template. That was the word I was looking for. Example, sample, template. Doesn't really matter, doesn't really rhyme, but you know. Party begins, yet we thought you were mold, but it's hard to pretend we're not having a ball. Walk through your friends, so get busy running, but we saw it coming. You thought it was funny when my oven had a gun in. Running the raw food to glow, even so, we just so that you know. We told you so, we told you. Let's check my head. You're mental. Now the party has been left for dead. No dental. No dental is the next. There we go. It's like a pacemaker. That's the way. I should have added these actually. 28 days later. I care about Facebook status. Checks invaders. I hate my neighbors. Alright. Now we have all these. Which ones do we not need? That's a good question. Well, we don't need the year discovered. I don't think that's important. Although I do like data. I do like data, but no, this is not. Standard state, accusation states. Yeah, okay. So these would be like this. A 0 symbol, which would be a name a. Let's call it null so that we wouldn't get mistaken. There we go. Null. Atomic mass, which is an int number, float, not an int. 0. Hex color. Oh wait, isn't that? Oh, that's the standard hex. Oh, I know what, I would actually like to keep that. Null, once again. It's awful to gloat array. So that you know, we told you so. We told you so. There's actually, there's nothing here under these. No election negativity because it's a noble gas. I'm smart. No, I'm really not. Alright. So who'd really care exactly how all of the bodies got there with a hop and a skip and a pop of a pill? Yes, we'll all be forgiven for all that we've killed, and we'll never be happier. We'll never be happier. Be happier. A brilliant day. I shouldn't get a Noble Gas for an example, honestly. There's nothing like conforming. Perish the thought of morning. Did you ignore the warnings? All negative thoughts abhorred, my lord. Did you take a joy this morning? Configurations, negativity, atomic radius, ionization energy affinity. Then we have oxidation states, which is an array, exactly. Then we have a standard state. No, we don't care about that, do we? Just occupants into melting point, boiling point. So remember how splendid it felt to surrender yourself. The roses we grow have a terrible smell. Joy. It's a joy. It's a joy. This is boiling point. It's lithium. Okay, maybe. Alright, fine. I'm regarding them. Might as well. It's a joy. It's a joy. That's a very low melting point. It's Kelvin, right? It ought to be Kelvin. The rest in the past. Cash up at our little town. No need to rush. Hush, you're welcome to settle down. But then don't let me down. You're not the downer, are you? Kelvin, I'm correct. It's a very low boiling point. I mean, melting point. Don't be concerned. That was just a little bit of lyric. The one which you live is every little bit idyllic. When sniff, discontent will quick to kill it. Please forgive my sense of humor. I'm a wit satiric. I'm bringing junk back. So I guess and enjoy your days and don't forget to keep on jesting your joy all day. But it was closed. Electron affinity, atomic radius. This is also a number. Out in a rainbow of hues, even the sky wouldn't dare to be blue. I could keep them as an array. Oh, but wouldn't the array require them to be the same type? Fair! Very, very lucky make it actually, isn't it? It was smart, it was just straight up like atoms. I hope that this will work. It's a joy. It's a joy. So atoms, and now we have to do it step by step. So atomic, atomic number. We'll have the atomic number, we'll have the symbol, we have the name, atomic mass. Fan down, the hand downs, round about the ground, and round them into powder. The head down for the round, for round the rounders. Symbol. Other food. Thoughts we order from his point of view. You're enjoying his father's point of view. Just the thing to stop the rubble is grin, pop some tablets. No matter what the matter is, drinks forgot fabulous. Those. Damn it! I couldn't sing for this segment. What the fuck this? To see if you can see diseases we've contracted. Is it true if we simply view them through a lens redacted? Help me please while the song has them distracted. That's an alternative text. You can watch the video to see it. EC. Electronegativity, which would be just an E, honestly. There we go. Atomic radius, which would be IAR. Ionization energy, which would be IE. Electron affinity. There we go. Do we have an EA? We don't. Good. Oxidation state. A very common abbreviation OS. Melting point, boiling point. Density. And guru block. Which this should be null, just to remember that something went wrong, there is a null. All that you say on the network. It's pizza the action! Wanna pizza the action. Wanna pizza the action. Alright, so now we have to go step by step. Atomic number and n should be big. Thank you. There is someone who can. AN. AN, SN, AM, CPK, ECE, AR, EEA, OS, MP, BPD, GB. There we go. Then we have an S, and then we have an N, then we have AM, then we have CPK. I really hope that some of these don't mean something else, because that will be shameful for me. See, so your mind, your pa have the body left you to fight. So I don't do toys cause you won and you toy. Laser guns in the fast was the fun, cause it's hide and seek hunting, but musical monsters ain't that what you wanted. You came for some games and a bite. The doors are all closed, but the stage has been set. So no one at the show, no escaping it yet. I guess still young and the fun has just begun. You've been played on your grave or arcade cabinets. Element. There we go. Element 0. So we'll have what? Having what now? This is the full, right? So we'll have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Alright, for now let's do up to 4. I want a pizza the action. I want a pizza the action. Where's the pizza the action? I want a pizza the action. Would it work? How do I? Python string to float. 6 ways? Isn't there like just a normal way, like for int? I do go for capital F. I'm an idiot. There we go. Truth so dark, it's up to you to battle to his putrid heart. So savor the days of your last pepperoni. This one will be a string. That's correct. On the stage for one night only. Alright, this one will be a bit different. It will be a bit different because we'll have to do it somehow, which will be different. It's actually quite upsetting because this is way more complex than I would like it to be. Congratulations, the workers are rest. The bulb has been clean. Montgomery's ready to tear up the scene. Alright. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Alright, which ones are we looking for? Atomic mass, we already have that. CPK. Okay, so electron configuration, electronegativity, atomic radius, so 6 through 9. And within the break of the dawn, all the fun that's installed. Let's move it up here. Yeah, that's what most of programming is actually. It's not as exciting as many people think. Just, you know, me chilling here in the dark room, drinking coffee and passing stuff. Because it's data, and I love data. Beat of the action, darkness falls across the mall, and metal mascots roam the halls, more murderous with each defect, and out to prowl the pizzaplex, and whomsoever shall be found by stout halls that roll around, must then escape the bunny's wrath, or inside the stomach hatch. The voyage is filled with pungent reek of Robert's old in pizza grease, and twirls bathed in neon light are on the hunt to grab a bite, or no amount of birthday cake, piñatas, games or fanfare will help a lonely child survive the night at Freddy Fazbear's. You want the pizza, the action. Electronegativity is a 6, atomic radius is a 7. So 6, and 7, but both of those are floats. Okay, which is out of the toy box. This is the toy box, which is the Hakiwagi. What's it called? The Poppy Playhouse. So I know what's the name of that game. Ionization energy, electron affinity, which is 8-9. I get no behind the doors where dreams are made. Where girls around the world have come to play, where you see entertainment and innovation come to play. You can escape the fun, imagination run away. Then all your days are play pretend. Now all we are left with are the two arrays. Now the oxidation states are very easy to pass because it's actually, yeah, it's not actually hard. We just have to chop them down with every space. Python dissect a string into many strings by character. I know it's possible in JavaScript, which means it has to be possible in Python. Into strings by length? No, by character. No, split. That sounds like it. Quite an image. Oh, that's exactly what I'm looking for, actually. Just split. Vanishing. How did you laugh out of the toy box? Now you're crawling out the toy box. Crawling out the toy box. Now you're crawling out the toy box. It's actually really hard to type while singing. Who'd have thought? Strip. Nice things and best friends. You're not from the second you stepped in. You'll be butterflies in my tummy. As relaxers, your intestines. You give a high five to the big guy, and the big guy to yourself. And your arms are long enough to clear boxes off the shelves. But if you think the Johnson's ring are really going to help, we're wondering what other limbs can be detached as well. Alright, it was example string, so like yes is equal to what? Betrayed as if I see and asked for ages. This is a good example of what we are looking for. Thank you. This is our string, and now let's try to print ES. I have a friend who usually really often does stuff like these, and it's really cool when they do it. Yeah, now all we need is we need to but that's split and strip. Right, so what we need to do is we need to dot strip all the spaces. Not quite, not quite. Not quite there. How does this look? It's playtime now, we're crawling out the toy box. It didn't do nothing. Text replace this should work. Maybe I just used the wrong, quotes. It doesn't matter. There we go! And split by this. Counted the eye. There we go! Sick! That's actually that's exactly what we need. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. So, oxidation states will be just, which ones are oxidation state? 10. So element 10, this. In the casket. This one is way more difficult to pass, by the way. We're only left now with the hardest one. Let me first, let's see first how it looks like. So temp nothing. There will be something there soon. Let me just, I may quit. Yeah, the toy bar not will find you. Didn't work, did it? Not will find you. What's the issue here? Print element 0. So there's no such thing. Can you print the element? What's the element then? It's cell. Ay, caramba. Oh, each of them is a cell. Why would you do that? Just keep them as an array. Cell. No, I added to all of them. 1,600 people die every day on Earth. And if that's not the reason to cry, well, it's an awful lot of paperwork. It's your first day at work. Have you settled in, shaken off the rigmarole, sorted out your pencil tin? Welcome to our newest resident skeleton. Well, better heaven than a desk to spend forever in. Body may be shriveled up and worthless. At least you know your civil service. Person so superfluous, living on the surface. It's nothing so perturbing. Living off the surface. Listen, this is maybe inches or slices, not string. What time for some covered in corporeal entanglement? Living has to die, but what do you mean by that? What? Just wait. This is the issue, or is it the issue with the float? Float is the problem. Can I turn it to int first and then to float? I know that shouldn't work, but it doesn't work. Yes. Humans of the mortal shelf to the floor will be polishing the coffins as you offer a couple more. We need a botanist, few paleontologists, a newspaper communist whose views may be communist, a shoe salesman, possible balloon hobbyist, just another couple pop clocks for your shopping, no sucking on the grave, parking, ever more to kill. Yeah, I listen. I might be listening to a bit too much, depending, right? But it's silly. Some may even call it stupid, but get it? Because like stupid. No? Okay, fine. So humanity is in balance. If that balance isn't repaid, intents can be inhumed and replaced. This indices might be. I don't get this issue. Oh, is it because this struct of Pythons, this one, sorry. Wait. Is it genuinely this? No, it's not. Damn it. From the century. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It feels awful. Feels so awful. Such an obvious error to fix. Oh my goodness, make it. Losing the edge here. There we go. Such an obvious thing. Oh, what's the issue here? No, so is it saving here? This to this? Not really. No, it's not really. Let me. Is it like a duplicate? No. Let's call it the table. And why did it die? Well, atoms. Oh, is it because it's empty? It might be. Sixth one is electronegativity, which for every noble gas will be empty. Why did you get it? Why is it empty? Just give it a 0. Another noble gas. The stuff can take it through, but the baggage that's emotional will have to stay with you. We're clearly coming back in a day or two, but it's pretty optimistic if you think you won't be still on the floor to a 74 with little bits of blood and gore, but then more. If this is not equal to nothing, else 0. We'll have to switch them all to this one, which is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, Yeah, things like deep below, so stay clear if you want to keep your toes. Breakfast yourself till 10, but no one ever wakes up to attend. Cause if you lay your head in the bed, you'll be too dead for eggs and you'll never eat bacon again. Look how beautiful that is. Stock with the best utensils, you ought to be running without a treadmill. Buzz a horn with all the spirits you want. They were all the last guests to get killed, with so many amenities. No time for boredom, if you all know you've already seen the ballroom. There's sure to find, there's flavors finding your doom. Why is it all these, why are all of these 18? I don't think atomic number everywhere should be 18, and also I don't think atomic number everywhere should be this. This is actually... I don't think everything should be organescent, honestly. I don't know, I don't think that's the case. This is actually a fairly known... This is actually fairly known, for me at least, I know it's a fairly known general issue with Python. I in range 118. Stars never a survivor. They're calling you up. We're not letting you go. Fish them in through blood. Everything is like organescence too. Not that you need to know. Picked up by the front desk, so therefore will be slap. Everything is organescent. Stop that now. Read through them. On your journey on the right to retribution, I will let you enjoy your stay of execution. For some reason, it's assigning it to everything. I don't understand this bug so much. I have one, but I know someone who might understand. Residents in our little hotel in hell where the bellhops bite. Oh, hello, Lightner. Hey, hey, hey! Looks wrong, alone, late night. Abandon you for the slime? Singers now the drain, living in a goddamn garbage can. No, sorry, alright, I'll stop. Live sparsely with some big bugger in the drum, live comfortably, cover the risk, yum yum. Violent sauce white, don't you wanna be a big shot, it's quiet today, least couldn't stop. All you gotta do is happening blocked. I used to be nothing but the email guy, now I'm the oh god, Benz, no, stop it, Benz guy. Dictionary multiple times others in Python. In Python, when you append an object list, you are actually appending a reference to that object. That's the issue. Copy. Good to know. Good to know. Cool. Import copy. I mean, it makes sense. That does make sense. It does. Search got pics online. Well, that's just fine. Moist, delicious cookies. Hilarious. Look, ketchup, catamaran. Look at that! Oh, it's lovely. Isn't it lovely? Well, we still have this to solve, which is will be problematic to say the least. It's 499. No, please don't take my furniture. We'll have to. Yeah, it'll be difficult because if we go for something like this is what these look like. Bobcat, do you want a cat nut? You want to be a dick shot, don't you? Don't you want to be the next big thing? You can do it. Ring. You're kidding. It's for you. Want to know a secret? Happening. Wait. Hi, Detector.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. Sorry for the singing.
No worries. I just hopped on.
So, hi there. When is the announcement? Do you know? The GUI, yeah.
Yeah, they sent me an email and they said that it would be hopefully today that they would release the information because they had a technical difficulty. So there, I don't know when it will be. I'm kind of just on the website and looking at my email every 5 minutes, you know?
Well then, that's so exciting. That is so
It's
exciting.
nerve wracking. It's nerve wracking. I wasn't nervous, and when you messaged on Discord, I had no clue what you're talking about. It's probably because subconsciously I just said I got to work on stuff to not think about it.
That is fair. I'm very sorry for ending up like this. Last time I told you, like when you told me about this, I told you like I will be really involved with this because it is exciting. I will be nervous for you because
Yeah. What's
all right.
crazy though is that it works. Like the results are so crazy because it can accurately predict finger movements. Like I literally took a month and a half just making sure I didn't screw up and throwing whatever I could at it, and even with a broken sensor, it can still detect finger movements.
What
So, like
one
the
day
implications of this is crazy.
so here's the thing. I want you to understand that I respect you very much, and I understand like how it can be used for good. It's obviously a great thing for prosthetics, but I also want you to be aware that one day I will make a video that will be kind of an ad for Open Muscle, and because of the style on my videos, I will not be able to use it for normal good things, and I will have to just build an Iron Man arm for myself and use it as a kind of a text system for how the hand should move. So yeah, that's
That's awesome. Well, that's what's so cool about open source projects, right? Is
yeah, you
that
can just do it. That's so amazing.
and no one needs to even go through me. All the PCBs and everything are public and listed online. So you can even sell this product without my permission because it's legally okay for anyone to do so.
Yeah, this open source stuff is just the best.
It is, and I mean, we're living in the age where information is readily available.
Yeah,
And so-
information is free on the internet. The way I mean, information is free. The presentation of the information isn't, but all of the information is free. So no matter what you want to learn, it's on the internet. My favorite. This is something I'm obviously not sponsored by them. I don't think I'll ever be, but there's no need because I will keep talking about this. It's just amazing. LibraTexts. My probably my favorite information related thing. It's just a huge library, huge. Whatever you want to learn, doesn't matter. You can just go there and learn it. Medicine books are so expensive, so ridiculously expensive. And actually, I'm not even blaming people who make these books because there's just so much information required to make these. I mean, great newest issue of Grey's Anatomy has I think 2,500 pages, like, and all of them are so information dense, interconnected. It's just outstanding. So it's obvious that these things will be very expensive, but it's so good that there's an alternative like LibraText when you could just go and boom. Allied health,
never
anatomy,
heard of it.
physiology, basic science. I only discovered it when I was starting the electricity streams, and when I was looking for the sources, and then one of the links just put me to LibraText, and it was amazing. Everything is there.
What's funny is now that because you had the link at the top of one of your streams, so I actually started using that. I was trying to follow along with one of your streams. So yeah, I'm glad that you shared that.
Yeah, I will still keep on sharing it. It's amazing.
The material is great, actually, too. Like,
Yeah,
I was
it's-
surprised because it's one thing to be free; it's another thing to be free and good.
Yeah, it's outstanding. I really often found out that the best. No, I shouldn't say best. I'm reseeing the video about why saying better is wrong without context. So it's kind of awkward. I'm trying to switch it, but basically, the most useful things always are free. The most useful, the most efficient, the most well done are always free. The only thing people are most of the time paying for is comfort. It's kind of the easiness of use. For the best example of that, my favorite example is Linux versus Windows. Linux beats Windows in almost every scenario when it comes to efficiency. It's actually quite ridiculous. No matter what program, at least open source, no matter what open source program, whenever they are doing the benchmarks, of how it runs on Linux versus Windows, Linux always wins because Linux is just really lightweight. But Windows is obviously more expensive considering Linux is free, and Windows is just more convenient to use. That's why almost everyone uses Windows or macOS. Because these things are just made to be easy to use. So that's why free things are just made. People who make free things are making them because they want these things to be good, and because of that they are efficient and well done. But people who make things that are, that cost money, they want people to use them, and because of that they want people to, you know, be comfortable using them. And
Yeah,
that
and
causes this really freaky phenomenon that, free stuff are actually better in most scenarios, which I really
well,
like.
there's an idiom where they say that writing a computer program is easy. Writing a computer program that's easy to use is insanely difficult.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. I'm pretty certain you had this already. You already experienced this many times when you are downloading something from GitHub and you're like, "Oh, I don't believe it's free and it's an insane thing," and then you realize that in order to use it, you just spend like 3 hours setting it up and doing
Yeah.
all the configs for it.
But that's actually a beautiful thing for if you want to analyze something. That's why the open source community, you install something, you see how it's done. A lot of the things that I implement in my projects is because I appreciated them in someone else's project. So it's kind of neat, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm doing the Lang chain and some other in-depth stuff. It's pretty hilarious this last weekend. But that's what I did to distract myself from the contest.
And then Make It came along and undistracted
Yeah.
you right back.
Well, it was so funny because I saw that I was talking to my fiance, and then she's like, "Yeah, 2 days," and I'm like, "2 days what?" And then she was like, "Oh, the contest." So I'm like, "Oh yeah, maybe subconsciously I didn't want to think about it. I don't know."
Well, I'm very sorry again. You just got me really excited about it.
Goodness,
Well, yeah.
it's hopefully, but it could be that they don't release it today because Hackaday sometimes is pretty slow. But I actually got a comment on the website just today that actually kind of made me excited. Another AI company commented on one of the articles I wrote. So that got me excited as well this morning.
You just have to understand how sick it is for me that, I'm just sitting on the channel talking with someone like you, just casually created this AI accelerated thing. It's just open muscle. I don't even, there isn't even the way to call it. It's just open muscle. Someone who created open muscle.
You know what's to be real though, it's like I'm on the Ultimate Robotics Discord, and there was a father that popped on, and he was saying that his son lost his arm, and he needed help to build it. And here's this scientist father that is building a prosthetic for his son, and it kind of drives it home. So like doing a project like this is like a roller coaster because if you understand the need and you interact with the community, it can be sad, and then you also have to back it, so it's like a mix of emotion actually. um
But
it's just yeah.
but at the same time,
It is
you
different.
you when you are making these things, well, your contribution is just great no matter what. That you are doing no harm and you are doing so many good things. Because I get
But
that
the problem,
sometimes it could be like,
false hope, that was my biggest,
yeah.
and the reason why I didn't show, like, this can easily control a robotics arm, but I purposely did not make a video showing this. And the only people that understand how amazing that this project is, you have to delve into the data. And I did that on purpose so that way I wouldn't be giving people false hope. It's not false hope because the data is real, but I only wanted to talk to the scientists.
But the thing is, because yeah, that's what I was about to say. Because false hope, that's the biggest issue, I suppose, for you, right? The fact that
Yeah.
you'll be scared that you'll be giving people false hope, they'll get really excited, and then it wouldn't actually give them what they need. But
Yes.
the thing which is really amazing about it, it's open source, and even if it's not giving them exactly what they need, it's, well, no, I wouldn't call it easy, but it's doable to just modify it in a way that would give them what they need. This is,
Yes.
so if you, even if you don't use it as the final product, it is still a massive tool, like an absolutely ridiculous one.
That's what I clinged on to, because even if I failed, which I didn't, it worked, but I still would show and document what not to do and give people a glimpse on what area to go down. and maybe why not to invest this money in this area.
So I just want to tell you, because if your subconscious is telling you that, you know, even if this doesn't exactly work like someone is expecting, it's still an amazing tool. When you hear yourself telling you that, right, then you might be thinking, oh, you're just, you know, you're just trying to not feel guilty. But that's why I want to tell you this, because that's, you know, that's how actually it works. So I want to reassure you that you are making something objectively good, and there is no way that someone could ever be hurt by this. It is just too big of a thing. It's too grand. So I just want to reassure you that there is no downside. This is amazing, and there's no false hope to it, because, well,
If you
as I
look
said,
at the data, it's crazy because how well the prediction follows the curve is insane, is my only word. And I was like, there's no way that this could work this well. And the funny thing is, it can be applied to any sensor. It doesn't need to be my sensor. And so literally the code that's out there can be applied to or sensors that are already made.
yeah. So as I said, one day I'm just building an Iron Man arm, and yeah.
You should. I'll help you. I need to build a supercapacitor thingy.
So I'm very sorry for switching the topic, by the way. But this is something, because recently I was not gonna lie. This is, I know you've seen the stream, by the way, because recently, I will not lie about why I'm doing this. Recently I just rewatched Iron Man. That's it. That's the entire story behind this. And basically, it dawned on me that all of these Iron Man suits are actually would be very easy to build, because it's okay, not easy, simple to build. Because I'm pretty certain you had this. Basically, when it comes to building something mechanical like Iron Man suit seems very primitive when it comes to building it. If you're not trying to optimize for anything, it's kind of like, oh, well, these are just mostly rotors and pieces of metal. It's not hard. Always the most difficult parts of a build are the ones that people don't think about at first. So, for example, when it comes to your I just keep saying optimize. Basically, when it comes to your Hackaday project, right? It's people when they first look at it, they would think that most difficult thing would be something like circuit and stuff. No, the most difficult thing is information, because that's what it's all about. Basically, get everything when it comes to information. And just like that, when environment suit, I am really going in depth on this. I don't think normal people are going this much in depth on it. But basically, when it comes to the Iron Man suit, the most impressive thing about this is the power source. Because building an Iron Man suit like this wouldn't be that difficult, it would be doable. There was no way you could power this. And not gonna lie, this is actually quite insane, not in a good way, because normal people shouldn't have these things. But basically, I just thought, you know what would be funny? If I made a power source. Because that's a good place to start. And that's why I'm doing this, because I'm trying to optimize a redox reaction in order to get the biggest wattage possible, and that's, I feel like it would be a fun start, and that's why I'm making this. I really don't like the name molecule generator, because it sounds too cool. It sounds really cool when in reality it's just
cool name. No.
Yeah, but people will just for like molecule generator, and then there's just the Python script.
Well, I make up my own words and stuff that I've designed, and it's kind of hubris, right? Because like the LASK system, because there wasn't a word that existed for what I was trying to build, and I don't like the word sensory, and the industry didn't have a word, so I invented it, and I did it kind of arrogantly, being like, okay, this is going to be a thing in 3 years. People just haven't realized it yet, so I'm going to call it LASK, label seeking. It's a stage process for machine learning that you'll need if you're doing things in the physical world. So yeah, molecule generator.
Fine.
I'm for it.
It's a molecule generator then.
I like it.
But this
and have one of the words be lowercase, one of the letters.
Molecule. So molgen. It's okay. Right. The more I think about this, the more weird of a project this will be. Also, listen to everyone watching. Science is way easier than you think. Just do science. It's just easier than think gives, and it's really fun to do.
You don't even need to spell it right.
Yeah, science. Do science. That's the difference. I feel like we should give a different meaning to science. So science will be, the actual scientific thing, and science will be just me using mathematical equations in order to weaponize hardware store products.
Well, this kind of reminds me though of when you ask children to think abstractly. I can't think of the word, but the example given in a paper was that you ask a kid, think of as many different types of paper clips as you can think of. And a kid would say like a 20-foot tall foam paper clip. The adult would say yes, right? So kids are really good at thinking outside the box. But if you ask adults the same question, they're very limited. So it's nice when people, I think everyone should be involved in every field because they have something to contribute.
Exactly.
And I think that being involved, you could bring that piece that the industry needs. You don't have to be smarter than anyone else. You could just, your idea could be quote unquote stupid, but it would lead to something good. And
Exactly.
if you don't participate,
That is actually, I do believe that that's the core idea of, well, not exactly the core idea, it's modified core idea of machine learning in general, and it's that it's easier to check if an idea is correct than to generate one. So basically, if we have 1,000 people, each of them come up with one idea, then it's really easy to check which ideas are good once they are already thought of. So, and that's actually math in general. That's how math works. All of these crazy mathematical equations, that's how people are coming up with them. Because if you have an equation, you're thinking how to solve it, it's really easy to check if you're correct, because you're just doing the math. It's really hard, though, to figure out a way on how to solve it. The Gaussian integral, I don't know if you're familiar with the way to solve it.
But
Okay, so this is my favorite example. Gaussian integral. So basically, Gaussian integral looks like this, right? It's an integral, right? It's hard to really say if it's hard or easy, that complex or simple based just by looking at it. But in reality, it's actually a really hard thing to solve. And you would think that in order to solve it, you would just somehow use some derivatives, some whatever calculus people say, right? I'm not smart, whatever. But the thing is, in the easiest way to solve it, the simplest way to solve it, is to add another integral. So
really,
yeah, the easiest way to solve it is to make it less solvable. Gaussian integral. That's so ridiculous about this. Take a look at. Okay, there are many videos about this, and I always love these videos.
By the way, I can see you're really into UFOs by that video that showed up there.
Yeah, there's one guy did a stream about this, and I just kind of watching this because I don't care about them. Now I'm just making some pretty cool projects. I think you should check them out. I think I remember them. There was something weird, like something with T, starting with T.
Yeah.
I'll remember in a second. Anyway.
Solving
this is with the song. The song is the best, but I don't want to get copyright strike. So basically, you start like this, right? And then the easiest way to solve it, the most simplest, the original, would be to start by adding another integral to it, by adding another dimension and combining them. This doesn't seem like solving, does it? Going from this
seems more complex.
Yeah, seems like unsolving it, honestly. Going from this to this. Right now we have two integrals with two different variables. It's insanity. And then it gets even crazier because if you go forward, they are switching them to polar coordinates. And all of a sudden you have something else like this, which is even more ridiculous. It's polar coordinates. And then if you go forward, you have this, which is absolutely ridiculous. But this is still easier to solve than the original integral. And because of that, they are doing something like this, and all of a sudden you get square root of pi after a bit of. There we go. Yeah, I memorized. Doesn't matter. The point is, the easiest way to solve this integral is to have this crazy idea. You know what? Let's add another dimension. That will be solvable. Yeah. And because of that, because that's what's most important about math. When it comes to things like Riemann zeta function, right? Then it won't be really. It's not about crunching the numbers. We've been crunching numbers for hundreds of years, and crunching numbers is a very basic thing to do. And it doesn't really work for most of the things. For most of the things, you just have to be creative and have an idea. It doesn't matter if the idea is good or bad, because you can really easily check if it's good or bad. So the most important thing is have ideas. Don't be ashamed of having ideas. Even if they are In my video I did say even if idea is wrong doesn't mean it's not smart. Wrong idea
And
can still be
also-
smart.
Be willing to make a mistake. Like I talked about this at the think tank this last Saturday, where I said the best thing about making videos online and just kind of sharing the projects I'm doing is people point out my flaws, which is very, very helpful. Because if someone says, hey, you're doing this wrong and this is why you should look at this, it will literally save me hundreds of hours. So as long as you don't mind being wrong, it actually can really help you learn
Yeah.
by just sharing that. So, but you gotta have to have tough skin. But
As a scientist, I feel like it should be more on a scientific approach. It's something like about ability to change one's mind in the light of new evidence, something like that. That would be.
oh, maybe that's like a bias thing.
I mean, people like to be right, obviously. Vsauce made an entire video about why reason wasn't actually made to. Reason only was made to convince people that you are right. Evolutionary. That's why we have this thing. So basically, if you want to convince people, having the ability to know when you are right is not as useful as the ability to convince people. So that's why reasoning, we have this many biases. It's not a flaw, it's intentional. And because that scientific approach is written natural, and you have to learn it. You have to learn it as everything, and it's difficult, but it's worth it. It's worth it because it's later on fun. My biggest advice is to not get emotionally attached to ideas in science, because that really often leads to problems. Like, if there is an amazing piece of science, you can obviously get excited about it. You can be like, wow, that's so amazing. But but don't get too emotionally invested with something, because it might end up wrong. My favorite example of that is that F might be flat. There is a really slim chance of it being flat. Really, really slim, but it could be flat. And if one day it turns out that, for the kicks of it, right, the entire planet was just tricking you into thinking that Earth is round, then you will really look silly. You would really look silly. So yeah.
Well, it kind of makes me think of your video on when you talked about layers of abstraction, because we always kind of have to. I don't know. I think it. I kind of like that one. I can't remember what the name of it was. Maybe it was abstraction.
It might have been abstraction because it's on my list of top 5 favorite things.
But that concept is so neat because it's just like, I don't know, because we can only look at things, like you said, through layers of abstraction. Because if you look at it with all the details, it almost becomes meaningless really quickly.
I am using abstraction right now. I mean, if I was doing it with no abstraction, I would need a supercomputer. But because I applied abstraction, I can just do it to my trusty good old cerebral Ignis. My trusty bucket of balls. So I can just simulate molecules. Abstraction is neat. I like abstraction. That's why it's in top 5. Then we have. Do people have top 5 the list of top 5 things? Is it just me?
No. I think almost everyone has a list of top things.
I'm actually still trying to make this video. These are this will be the largest scientific videos I've planned so far. Because it's a series actually on my channel. Doesn't really seem like a series because it has only 2 videos, but it is. So basically, time, life, space, information, abstraction. Those are the top things in top 5 in order. And I'm really excited by the time video because I love time so much. I just adore it so much. It's similar to space, very similar. Space and time, very similar, almost the same thing. But it's what's so amazing. It's that we are living in a universe with 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. I feel like if there is spatial, there would be also, if there is spatial space, there is also time and some other word.
Well, yeah, because that's what, as a kid, I actually would always think about, like, space and time. And what's interesting is that if you don't have time, distance doesn't matter, right? Because if 2 objects are a meter apart, well, what is a meter apart? They might as well be next to each other. If it takes, if there's no time, they can instantly be close to each other. So everything just breaks down without time.
I mean, exactly. That's what's
it's
so insane.
hard to wrap my head around it.
Look at this. This is also what I love. So here's the thing. Temporal, is it temporal? Temporal, maybe. Temporal dimension, right? So we have 4 dimensions, right? 4 spatial and 1 temporal. Here's the thing. We are very good at, we use it every day, the derivative of time and space. is velocity. Velocity is equal to meters per second, right? But we don't have it for different spatial dimensions. We don't have something like meters forward, right? Divided by meters to the left. We don't have that. Even though it's the same, no, not the same. Obviously, it's not the same, but it's a very similar thing. We don't have that sort of thing. We don't care how quickly is something moving forward not moving. How quickly is something forward in comparison to it being left? Which sounds ridiculous the way I said it. It sounds like it makes no sense, but it's kind of the similar thing.
Because it's one of the dimensions. So
exactly.
Yeah. You're moving in this one, and so this one.
Exactly. So why that's what breaks me every single time. I just love time. Also the fact that time is also the fact that based on speed of light, that speed of light is kind of an infinity of the universe. Oh, that's a good idea for a video. Speed of light is an infinity of the universe.
See, this is what always messes me up with the speed of light. That when light hits, let's say, a pane of glass, it slows down instantaneously, and then when it comes out the other side, it speeds up instantaneously.
What breaks me most about speed of light is the fact that it is an infinity, right? It's the largest velocity possible, but it's finite. It's a finite infinity. It's a finite infinity. What if I said you know what this equation is equal to a number which is a finite infinity, every mathematician in existence, past, present, or future, would laugh at me because what kind of sentence is that? It's a finite. It's an infinity. It's a dry, wet surface. But it exists.
Oxymoron.
Yeah, it exists. It's an infinity which has a number. There's just a number. You can count to it if you want. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 299 million something. I don't have the speed of light memorized yet. It's ridiculous. Just
that's why I've been spending the last 3 weeks trying to measure the speed of light with my fiber optics cable.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I really have.
But what's also cool is I built a Schlieren projector, which also deals with the quantum properties of light, and oh my goodness, that has just. Yeah, it's been super fun. It just doesn't make any sense, but at the same time it does. But I'm going to one of these weeks actually measure the speed of light. I haven't gotten to it yet. It's really hard.
You better believe how much I want to do something with science right now. It's science right now because
What is a science stream?
Yeah, it is. To be fair,
you need a definition of science.
I do need a definition of science. The science would be similar to science, except science is basically silly science. Science is silly science because it's science used for the purpose. I haven't made that video too. Oh my god, I haven't made so many videos. I'm working on them. I'm making actually another video speedrun. So the moment I end this stream, I will be speedrunning, making more videos. So don't worry, even though I haven't made almost anything in a week, they will be coming. But basically, culture versus science is the thing that... it's one video. Basically, science... You know how I made this video about the happiness function? In which I used integrals, which was my mistake. I should have just explained it better.
One of my favorite videos, by the way. I think that is actually super awesome.
Exactly, yeah. So
if you're listening to this, you gotta check that out.
Yeah, go watch it a couple of times. And I would really recommend watching it on 0.25 speed. It's just much more enjoyable than basically in that video I explained that the fact that we want to live long, I didn't really explain it, but it's kind of one of the conclusions. The fact that we want to live for as long as possible is not our goal. It's kind of an indirect goal. We want to be happy for as long as possible, and if we live longer happily, then we are happily for a longer period of time. And because of that, that's the difference between science and culture. Science in history is always one of the goals of science is basically to make our lives longer. And I consider culture a subsection of science which is made to make our lives as happy as possible. So basically, that's the way I divide science and culture. So culture is a part of science responsible for making our lives happier, whilst science in general, the rest, is responsible for making them as long as possible. Science would be something in between that's responsible that's basically using science in order to do something silly for the sole enjoyment of the science user. I love
Yeah.
this science. I love how it just the origin of it is just this image.
Yeah. How there's an actual dedicated machine learning model to generate make it images.
I have
Dude.
so much fun with this though. It's so amazing. And it's also a very good thing for AIs to generate. It's very what would be symbolic, I would say. So it's very well thought and also a good object to generate this mask. I just although there's a problem. Every single time I try to generate a woman make it, a feminine make it, I get two of them. I have no idea why. And
interesting.
I should mention, for the sake of the stream, alright, I'm not doing anything weird. I made that for a poll on my channel from the Tinder series, okay? It's not for I don't know what you're thinking, it's for the YouTube
Yes.
poll. But basically every single time I get two of them. I have no idea why. It's just I tried adding two, dual, and multiple into the negative prompt. I was adding singular into the positive, but every single time I just got two.
I still like the demasked make it. That was hilarious when I removed the make it from one of your images. You're like that jawline.
Oh yeah, that jawline, that was amazing. I think the one that I maybe not that I like the most, but one of the most is the Iron Make It,
Yes.
because Iron Make It, I'm using it for family for this stream, and
Just
it fits really well.
I just think science.
Yeah.
Science is my favorite because your hair is like all over the place, and it was like
I love the
crazy. The AI generated this, and it literally the prompt was "make it scientist," and it even put the letters science. And your hair is like all over the place. Like the fact that the words are misspelled and your hair is like frizzy. The combination. I actually my side hurt because I laughed so much.
oh boy,
That's science. See the stupid joy right there.
the science is great. Science is amazing. Right now I have to do something wonderful. By the way, I'll have to. I love I don't love parsing. I dislike parsing stuff, but it's a huge part of working with information. Parsing things. I have 3 different file formats of my own, which I generated. My goodness, I'm turning to a robot. Which I made only because of the fact that I did not like parsing, and I just wanted to have a standard for it because oh my goodness, it was horrible. And basically, I made them for Vendor Engine. Vendor Engine has basically 3 different scripts for parsing my own files, so that it will be just done. And there was the more. It's very upsetting for me parsing because there's no creativity to it. You just have to change stuff. And right now I'm stuck on the most annoying bit.
So what are you trying to
because
do right now?
Basically, election orbitals are a very important part. And here's the thing. So the basic idea is the things that everyone knows. When you have an atom nuclei around it, you have electrons just sort of hovering around, existing. But then, if you learn more about chemistry, you realize that you have this nuclei, and then you have electron shells. Each of them has different amount of electrons. But if you then go on really deep, you also, well, deeper, not really deep, you realize that there's a nuclei and there are electron orbitals, which are just these funky clouds of electrons in very specific ways put up around the atom, right? And basically, I downloaded all the data about all the atoms, which is already a major speed up. Let me just stop the music because I feel like, there we go, more of talking stream now. Downloaded it all, but they are passing these electron orbitals in a very efficient way, but very annoying to unpack. So basically, this is what it looks like. 6p6 is a standard way to say orbital. So basically, it means 6 shell, if I'm not mistaken. Orbital P has 6 electrons. I'm pretty certain that's what it means. I can study more about what it means later. But this is very standard for chemistry, but very upsetting for computer science. Because what this says is that it has, on the 6 shell, I think, or maybe, no, maybe it's 6 electrons, no idea, one way or another. So 6 shell, 2 electrons on S, right, and stuff like that forward. But this means that those are just the atom specific electrons, but all the rest is just like xenon configuration, which is a noble gas. And if we go
Yeah.
up to xenon, it should be over here. And because of that, I basically have to replace this with a xenon configuration, which inside has this one, which is another noble gas. So then I have to go back to the previous noble gas over here, in which if we look at the orbitals of krypton, we get this configuration and argon, and then we'll have to go to argon for the rest of the puzzle. And if we find argon on the 19, if I'm not mistaken. No, 18. I was close. Then we have this and neon, and then we have to go back to the previous noble gas, which is neon, which will have another piece of the puzzle, which is this electron configuration and helium, and then we go back to helium, and helium is actually found at the end. That's the first
Helium
noble
wouldn't
gas.
have anything. Yeah.
Helium has two. Oh yes, there it is. First shell, orbital S, 2 electrons.
Okay, so you're just gonna have to run through each of those in their reference.
And
Okay.
insert them and then replace. And then on the end, I would really like to dissect these so that they would be an array instead of a string, because array would be better to work with. And preferably, I should make some sort of data struct for this, so that actually, there's something really weird about the thing is, I have met a lot of science people because of Make It, and I have never, absolutely never, met any chemists. I have no idea why. Why are they hiding away from me? I don't know. Maybe they're scared. Maybe they've seen my chemistry streams and they decided, nope, we are not doing this. But I've just never met anyone with chemistry.
No, see, people in chemistry just have no sense of humor. That's why. They never found your channel. I don't know.
See, because
I actually don't know any chemists.
yeah, because here the thing is they may not have a sense of humor, because when it comes to humor, it's all about the subversion of expectations, and they just never found the element of surprise.
So this is one of these weird facts that's true that sounds like it's a lie, but I know someone who is a good chemist because his father actually has a patent for ethanol. And I asked him, he's my go-to when I had a question about a solution for making an air conditioner. No joke. I literally got to ask the person that has the patent for ethanol a chemistry question. And they answered me.
Wow. Just
That's weird, right?
wow, that is just
It's Murphy's Law, though. You get old enough, then all these these things happen to you that sound crazy. But
Not gonna lie, I think I think I would be terrified if I had a chemistry question, because yours obviously more my questions average are just really simple and quite silly. If I was doing something like this and if I needed the help of a chemist, and then the only chemist I could turn to was someone who had a patent for ethanol, you
Yes.
better believe I would research for weeks before I would ask a question. That
well,
would be
I did.
terrifying.
I did. Yeah. Well, because my question actually is I was looking for a material similar, or a chemical similar to lithium bromide that had an evaporation at a lower temperature, because air conditioners can run on energy, right? And so you have an abundance of heat when you need an air conditioner. So why don't we have more heat energy sourced air conditioners? Well, the difficulty is mostly a chemical one, to find something that can evaporate and then condense within a certain range of temperatures. And that was so beyond me. I
Yeah,
eventually
that was a
asked
really
him.
good question, because it's basically a knowledge question. So it's a
Yeah.
question that you there's a question to which answer you would basically learn by walking the field for a long time. So it's a
Yeah.
very good question to ask. Yeah, because
His answer was pretty much, I'm not sure. Which was very lackluster, but at least I got an answer. And he pointed me to some stuff, but the project was way too difficult. It was way above my head. One day I might get back to it, make it. When you make that exoskeleton, I'll make an air conditioner that runs off of heat.
I remember I have a bit of a bad experience with professors and all things like that because I remember it was a long time ago, really long time ago. I had a math question and I had no idea who to ask, so I basically found this person in my city, the like the best mathematician in the city. Uh, the person was really famous for their math skills. They were a teacher, so stuff like that. A professor basically, and I remember I got it was so sad because I asked the question. It was something with exponentials and uh, quaternions, maybe something like I don't remember. It was something with imaginary
Sounds like
quaternions
you.
and exponent. Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like a bit of an old life. Not gonna lie, but the question like that. I remember I back then I was really excited about the Riemann zeta function, which is a natural step in the life of every mathematician. At some point, you just research, you just find out about the Riemann zeta function. You get excited, you try to learn more. And I asked but some kind of question with exponentials, and this best mathematician in the city answered, I don't know. I am not really familiar with the subject that much. And ever since, I've been just basically heartbroken about that. And yeah, I know. Every single time I just research type one. Yeah, this is my Batman backstory basically. This is why
Yes.
I research stuff myself, because every single time I had a question which I actually cared about, I never could find a person that would answer it. It's it was so upsetting every single time to learn that from all the experts that I could find, which to be fair wasn't much. There weren't many experts that I could find. Most of the actual experts are probably busy answering real questions, because I, as I said, my questions are that complex. So, I'm not saying that experts aren't smart. Experts are obviously smart. That's kind of definition of an expert. They know stuff. They are experts in this field. But all the experts that I could find, they were not able to answer my questions.
That's kind of exciting though, because like there's certain questions that I now know that I cannot find this resource online anywhere. And so it's really weird to go down a rabbit hole and then run out of resources. And that's where I kind of like AI, because then I say, well, this is where the rabbit hole ended and I need to go further. So working with AI to kind of help in that area has been kind of fun. So at least I can use the logic of GPT-4 to kind of assist me in those areas. But
Yeah,
it's kind of fun though. It's not difficult to become an expert, because like sometimes you can become an expert by just asking a question that no one asks and be determined enough to find a solution. And it could only be one simple question and one simple answer, but you might be the only person in the world that knows it. It's possible. And it's actually not hard to do. You just have to, dig
yeah.
deep enough, I guess.
I remember because of being an expert, I myself don't consider myself an expert in anything, and that's because when it comes to science, I chose the objectively uh, worst when it comes to making a decision, as if to what part of science you'd like to study. I've made the objectively worst decision, because it's always been a dream of mine to become the best. No, well, not the best, but at least a really good one in this study, which is this is the toughest area of study, basically. Everyone will agree because it's basically being a science generalist, which means,
Ah,
yeah, it's a very, not gonna lie, becoming a science journalist is just a bad decision in general. Huh? A panda, no. But it's basically a bad idea in general, because that means you will never be able to be a good expert on anything. That means you will be okay at everything, not good at anything. But I always like the idea of being a generalist, because then you can merge together different areas. And for
yeah,
example, right now, if I make this battery, I would basically be able to, well, I don't know why this Iron Man arm always comes to mind, but yeah, whatever. I would basically be able to make this Iron Man arm, because I would have a chemical energy source. I would at the end I do no I would have the physics required to make sure that it won't explode on me, which I would say
yeah.
is rather handy, pardon the pun. And I would know enough about computer science to actually code it to use the
Well, I'm
information
actually kind of
to
excited
move
that
it.
you are doing this too, because I'm learning as well. Like when you're doing some of the electronic streams, like a lot of that stuff I don't deal with because I don't really necessarily have to, but I find it super fascinating. So when you were streaming that stuff, it's encouraged me to actually learn myself. So I think that's why, at least I can't speak for other people that watch your stuff, but
I am
I
glad.
feel like it encourages me to learn in those areas. And like when you're studying on live stream, I usually listen with one ear, and then I'm actually doing my own studying. And just knowing that Make It is studying is encouraging me to study. I'm no joke. I'm straight up
There's
and being honest.
there's
It's kind of funny, but it's true. So
That's exactly why I'm making these changes. Oh, and by the way, I can show you something that's once again, pardon but that's something about the beginning of the stream when you said about these university supercomputers, right? So
yeah,
the
yeah.
way they do it is they use because here's the thing. What I'm doing is I use chemistry rules, but they are using quantum physics rules, which basically means that, for example, if we take hydrogen, then we can find something like this. And this is a hydrogen wave function, which I'm guessing by the name, I haven't read it obviously, I mean, look at it, it's insane. But I'm guessing by the name, this would tell you the probability for, well, based on this, I would guess electrons being in any place. So if you would like to find out where an electron is, you basically have a function which looks kind of like this. And this function would tell you where these electrons are. The trick obviously being that this function is actually way more complex than it looks. This actually looks simple to in comparison to what it actually is, because there is obviously calculus in it hidden away behind all of these. And because of that, you basically you cannot really solve these functions. You can, if you know the answer, you'll be able to solve them, but if you don't know the answer, then they are practically unsolvable, and because of that, you just have to simulate them. Pardon this, just buddy. I'm trying to. Well, I listen. Yeah, I understand, but we good. Great. You just you just have to talk these things sometimes out. You just get really
You know
excited.
what's funny about that is it just made me realize how they're actually. Can you do me a favor?
Yep.
Look at that diagram and then look at. Oh, it won't let me. I'm gonna have to post this in Discord. 1 second. This is my favorite machine learning visualization because it's a tool to help people understand what machine learning is about or neural
Oh, that's a
networks.
really good one.
And check this out because they literally simulated 400 million atoms. And I'm like, well, how did they do that? And then when you just show that diagram, this is showing you how they try to find like a scatter plot. That's kind of their way of visualizing the data. And it just hit me how these two are similar because you're literally predicting them. So yeah, so there, I don't know. I found a correlation there. Maybe you don't, but
I mean, I see it, obviously. But
yeah, yeah. So, but this is a nice playground, and this is how I kind of help wrap my head around what are the different types of machine learning processes. But electron orbitals plus, or where they're at plus AI. It's very interesting because it's like the Wild West right now. You can do so much.
yeah,
Right now.
it's all because of that's what I really like about calculus is that calculus right now is what regular equations were like 600 years ago. So basically, when you have an equation, a standard equation like x is equal to dot dot dot, then this is right now just basic, no matter what, and it's mostly basic because of the fact that we can solve. We don't even have to solve it. We made things that can solve those for us. Alpha, like you can just enter Wolfram Alpha, enter your equation over here, and Wolfram Alpha can solve it for you because we just made it, and we made a program which can solve it for us. That's how basic it is. But differential equations, on the other hand, are different. And we don't really have an algorithmic way to solve differential equations. Most of them are just a mystery to us and are really difficult to solve. That's why that's all of the advanced things rely on calculus. Basically, whenever you have whenever you have something that changes based on a different thing, that's a differential equation. So, for example,
Yeah.
when you're making calculations for space travel, then you have basically orbitals like bodies in the sky, let's say an asteroid, a planet, the moon, because why not? All of them have their own gravitational field, And those fields are dependent on their position, whereas the position is dependent on the gravitational fields of other things. So, for example, this gravitational thing of this thing is dependent on its position. Its position is dependent on the gravitational field of this and the gravitational field of this. Now, when it comes to this thing, its gravitational field is dependent on its position, which is dependent on the position of this and this.
Which also
Is exactly everything is dependent on the other thing, and that's why it's so hard to solve these differential equations because
don't forget the space-time dilation is also
exactly there's it's such a mess. It's an absolute mess, and because that's fun, because it's hard, it's difficult. It's the kind of most difficult piece of science right now. And
Did
it's
you
also
have
very
a
useful.
chance to take a look at that paper?
I'm sorry, I have not.
No,
but I mean,
no,
I
don't
took
feel
a
bad at all.
look.
I'm not even sure if it's complete garbage or not. I just had no way, and I tried to throw it through AI, but don't feel obligated at all. I'm just curious because it was just Greek to me.
Might as well right now.
But it's just random because they're like solving the Schrodinger equation for the entire.
So
universe.
here's the thing. Let's go for it. Quantum
Is
physics
it,
problem.
is it garbage? Sorry.
The idea that spacetime and quantum fields emerge from the wave function of the universe, as originally proposed by Carroll, a first principle of quantum physics, is radically conservative. Assume the Schrodinger equation is valid on all scales and throw away the collapse postulate. So over here, we are basically saying, you know how we have different physics for different scales? How basically, yeah, exactly. How the physics of large things doesn't really quite match physics of little things. And we are trying to find the theory of everything, the theory that would, could be applied to every scale. So over here, we are basically saying that the quantum laws are correct, and let's apply it to everything. Yeah, quantum mechanics has been described as one of the most daring and most ambitious theories ever constructed in the history of science. Yeah, I would say that's pretty humble. Emerging the world from quantum university. Okay, bootstrapping the universe. Let's skip already and then be confused because that's fun. Quantum universally implies there is no Heisenberg cut between quantum and classical systems. The ancient view is austere. They are making it's a lot of words. The universe on all scales is quantum. It's actually a very simple thing to say, but at the same time very controversial, which is actually quite outstanding, but that's quantum physics. The form of the laws of physics remains unchanged over scales. That's pretty fair assumption. If nature has no fundamental scale, the mass term m in the Schrodinger equation must multiply out, implying that the Hamiltonian operator applied on the capital psi function is equal to 0. Sick. Unprecedented Hamiltonian operator times the capital psi function. Isn't that energy? Wait.
This is why I have no clue. That's why I was like, make it is the only person I know that might know if this is.
Yeah, I mean, if I have my cheat note, then I might know. All right, past make it. Tell me the truth. This would be Schrodinger equation. There we go. So Hamiltonian operator applied on this gives us this, but we are looking for the different. Hamiltonian operator on psi is energy on psi. My memory of a goldfish is improving. So yeah, neither time nor mass energy is fundamental. This further implies the wave function of the universe is scale invariant. I would really like to believe that. So basically, when we have different rules for different scales, then it is basically commonly believed that there is a set of rules which could be applied to all of scales, but it would be just a really complex set of rules. Theory of everything, in other words. A is cosmological scale factor and n is arbitrary integer. One can now solve for the potential v and write down the following timeless equation, which basically... Oh, that's a Hamiltonian operator. Just dissect it. Okay. We're making a mess. Good. Clearly, psi is not normalized. The above equation is not quite consistent with the axioms of quantum mechanics, but observe the following. A potential is the scalar curvature of an sphere radius a. Kinetic term is the scalar curvature of an hyperbola, and the right-hand side of the equation is the scalar curvature of the Euclidean n-space. This is exactly why people are not getting into math. From this simple, comfortable bootstrap, The fundamental
Yes.
space forms emerge. There's a scalar curvature singularity at VA equals 0. Of course there is a scalar curvature singularity. Why wouldn't there be a scalar curvature singularity?
Duh.
Let's dissect
Duh.
this. Let's dissect this. Scalar curvature singularity. What is what meaning of singularity? What meaning of singularity? Okay, scalar curvature, can't get that. Scalar would be just a scalar, but there's no other way to describe it. Scalar, I get that. Curvature, scalar curvature would mean a scalar that describes the curvature. I'm trying to dissect this phrase. What is singularity in this case? Is there any singularity context? I would really like context. There is no context. This is the first usage of singularity in the entire paper. Great. Fantastic. I love it. So scalar curvature singularity. What can I please
So it could just be garbage because anyone can write any paper. Right.
I mean, here's, you know what? Okay, I don't want to say anything controversial, but you know what my guess would be?
What?
It's basically a really big theory, but with a lot of math. So here's the thing. This is basically, from the way that it looks. Wait, where'd you find it again, by the way? May I ask?
It was just I have my own. I was just searching online. Someone said this paper was released. It looked important. It had like a 50% chance of being trash, 50% not. I put it in my notes of interesting things, and yeah, it was just on Twitter. I
Okay.
don't know where. But I just said, okay, I'm gonna store this.
First of all, right away, I don't know if it's right or not. It is certainly very impressive. I'm certain of that. It is very impressive. To be there's a huge ego problem here because it's the typical scientist thing where they describe things more complex than they have to.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah,
So
that is definitely here because many things are just, well, they are making definitely more complex than it has to be, but at the same time, they are using math from almost every corner. Because yeah, there's a lot of things here which do seem impressive. Although
yeah.
it's okay, so there
Well,
is
that's my curiosity because I was just it's one of the things that I store things and I might not look at them for 5-10 years, but this was only released 5 days before I sent it to you, and people were saying, hey, this is cool, this is not, and I never know until I read something. So it's one of the things maybe in 10 years I'll try to understand, but I have lots of other stuff to do.
Okay, tomorrow I could do a science stream just about this paper. I will need a lot of coffee
Only
for
if
it.
you only if you like. But I thought it might be cool because you're someone that might actually can look at it.
thing
And since
is,
it was only
it's a-
5 days ago, it could be good. Maybe.
Remember when I said that I'm a generalist? This is a good generalist challenge, honestly, because there's a lot of math here. And I don't mean a lot of math as in, a lot of mathematical things. No, I mean a lot of math, which means a lot of different maths. There is calculus, it's obvious, it's quantum physics, it would be weird if there was no calculus, but there are more matrices, geometry, at least quantum physical geometry. There's just a lot, well, mostly matrices are what really, my arch nemesis. I do like it, damn, it's good, I like it, I really like it.
See, there's a reason why that earmarked. I'm like, make it with maybe like this. So
Yeah, okay, tomorrow
if
I'm
it's
doing
crap,
a stream of this.
if it's crap, I feel bad, but
My,
I'm refreshing
I mean,
the page.
even if it isn't crap, then it's a challenge. I enjoy it. Tomorrow I'm doing this because today I would like to finish my molecular generator. Yes,
Awesome.
molecule generator. Which one is it even? Molecule generator. All right. So
I refreshed the page. No updates on Hackaday yet.
yeah. So the time for the distraction. Time to distract. All right. So we are one step away, by the way, from finishing the parser.
Sweet.
Then one step being fun with strings, and oh yeah, that's what we were doing. Figure out the notation for the orbitals. Electron orbitals, LibreText. As I said, whenever you are googling for something, those are the free sources. There is a Wikipedia, which is good when it comes. Wikipedia is actually very tricky to use. It's good if you are an expert and you want to reassure yourself. That's when you should use Wikipedia. You have Khan Academy, which is good as an intro, but if you really want to understand something in depth, I would recommend LibreText always. Alright, so quantum numbers describing electronic orbitals. Alright, Tifta. In the meantime, I'll try to understand this. To be fair, it should be pretty simple, because there are subshells and shells. Each orbital is different, they are assigned specific quantum numbers. 1s, 2s, 2p, 3s, 3p, 4s, 3d, oh, in order, great. The numbers 1 to 3 are called principal quantum numbers and can only be positive numbers. The letters S, P, D, F represent the orbital angular momentum quantum number. Okay, they're losing me a bit, but at the same time they're quite understandable. Orbital angular momentum quantum number, just like previous one. Orbital angular momentum, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Momentum is just momentum, no other way to describe it. Angular means at an angle, so basically rotational momentum. That, don't quote me on that. And orbitals, okay. And the orbital angular momentum quantum number may be 0 or a positive number, but can never be greater than n-1. Each letter is paired with a specific L value. So we have... Okay, so these are basically two numbers. Yeah, these are basically two numbers, that's it. Two numbers and then number of electrons on them, right? Magnitude quantum number can range from negative L to positive L. Great. This number indicates how many orbitals there are, and thus how many electrons can reside in each atom. So S subshell has 0. S subshell, which is the 0 shell basically, has ML of 0. Oh, this just increase. Oh, that's 1s orbital, 3p orbitals, 5d orbitals, 7. I think I can see a pattern, although pattern is Fulia, as Freeborn Brown once said in the song. 2s orbital electrons, 6p, 10d, 14f. Okay. Visualizing then. Visualization looks like this. It's festive, yeah, I like it, I like it. It looks very funky, very nice, great. Alrighty. So these are basically just two numbers, that's it, which means I can store it as vector of vectors. Yes. I think. I can just store it as a vector of vector. I do the pattern. 1s, 2s, which basically means first shell S, then second shell S and P, third shell S and P, fourth shell S, third shell D. There is, I know that in images we'll have the way this pattern works, which is this. 1s, 2s, 2p, 3s, exactly, okay, yeah, so it is here. And the idea is try to describe it mathematically in chat, so that we would have basically an algorithm which could assign them. So what we need is we need an array which would have the shell number, then an array which would have inside the shell number we'll have an array which represents the subshells, and then we would these subshells would be a number of electrons residing on each subshell. Okay then, great, we have it, sick. So we will have, it will look like this. We will have over here, this will be electron configuration, this will be shells, and in each of these shells will be These will be just shells, and each of these shells will be an array of subshells. Simple, great, primitive, very, very, very standard, very basic, no issues there. All right then. Come on, make it. You can do it. You almost graduated kindergarten. You can do some basic chemistry. I'm still on passing. How long has this stream going on for? It's been 2 hours and I haven't. Okay, great. Let's do it. So first, we should dissect this into different strings. So first what we have to do is we have to do it recursively and replace it, which means like the go Python string manipulation in Python. Exactly.
I might actually be able to help with this one.
Oh yeah, that's actually fair. That's because you will be much better in Python than me. So this is, to be fair, this is basic Python, because I'm not doing complex stuff. I'm scared of them yet. I if I don't understand chemistry, I at least want to get basic Python. Any idea for how to cut out 2 square brackets in a string and read?
Oh yeah, you want to cut out 2's and read what's inside of it?
Exactly. So wait, it's element. It's element election configuration which is 5. Here we have a string.
Because my first instinct is to index the string for an element. It might be slow, but if you don't care how slow it is,
I don't.
You can look for the open bracket, and then it will give you the index value of that bracket, and then the end, and then you can parse that and then just pull it out.
Oh wait, wait. I can. Wait, how do you dissect a string into characters?
Yeah, so if you want to, for example,
that would be so much simpler.
Well, you can do a for loop for I in whatever string, right? And then if I is something, but there's
wait, I can just access them like this.
Yeah, because that's the index. 4. Let me look at the syntax because I know the question.
String size is equal to this, then. Because then I can do it like in C, which is fun because. There we go. So
yeah, this is the syntax.
Print string rfind letter. There's already an rfind. Oh, that's convenient. That is very convenient. To be fair, in my case, it's actually constant, so it wouldn't be that difficult.
Oh, because it's always in the same spot.
Yeah, because
so
always starts with a square bracket open, and the third element is always square bracket closed, because chemists actually, well, that's actually a true story. When chemists were making the periodic table, right? Periodic table. When chemists were making the periodic table, they knew that one day someone will try to pass it, and because of that, they always gave 2 letters to the noble gases. It's a true story. You can look it up. They knew that one day some random guy on the internet will try to pass the noble gases, and because of that, just thought, what would be fun if we just set a constant letter size. That would be so convenient, because then always the square bracket will be as the third character. Yeah. Okay, so all I have to do is just read the first and second. That will give me the name of the element that I should input there. Okay, first, before we do something like that, I'll just try to create the strings with all of them, which means, all right, come on, make it. You can do it. It's easy stuff. Easy stuff. So,
I'm working on my Python environment. No, you got me curious. Fun challenge.
Wait, there's split. I'm such an idiot. I did that already. But splits not really that uniform. Oh well. This will be a very slow algorithm, may I mention. To be fair, I am only doing it once to pass it and then never again. But still,
Yeah, so you don't really.
it will be really, it will be more, many people will be annoyed with just how inefficient this. It will be horrible. But fortunately, I don't really care about how clean my code is because I know that no one will ever use it again. So this, and then what we need is we need to replace the open square bracket with, we need to replace the open square bracket with nothing, just like that. And then we need to access the first element, which would be this is such a Python line. I love it. It's such a great Python line. Exactly. Then we are left with the element thing, for which we then will have to scroll through pubchem elements, which are pubchem elements over here, and we'll have to access the first in each cell and find if it's equal to.
Oh yeah, that's why you have the 0 because you cut it off, and so you're looking for the first. Gotcha,
Exactly,
gotcha.
exactly. Yeah,
I just understood that one line. I
yeah.
was reading
It was pretty messy.
That's Python. That's how it's supposed to be used. Is there another way? That's the only way I know.
Actually, let's go for it because I'm not because this is not messy enough. So now that we have this element, we will basically there's an inline loop in Python, right? I'm pretty certain there's a way to make an inline loop.
Yeah, there is.
Loop, and it's really unreadable, which is exactly what I'm going for here.
It's usually inside of those brackets
There
too.
we go. There we go. This will be my inline loop. So, in Q else. Oh, that is. No, that I can't read that. Just C++. No, I'm looking for. I just said inline loop. Python. I just said inline loop. Any programming language. Python inline loop.
Yeah, Python would probably read it. Yeah. Just stripped any of the delimiters off of it.
All right. So print x for x. All right. I found it. So this shouldn't be characters yet. This should be equal to empty string. This should be noble index is equal to boy, for oh boy, we can do a temp array. Oh, this would be horrible. Temp array is equal to empty array, and for each step, temp array dot append x.
That's how I would do it.
For x in range 118, which is the number of elements, append this. Wait. If that's weird. Append this if the element cell. Oh boy, how am I supposed to even this? Oh, this is so horrible. This actually have to use contents. So contents table row x cell and then 1 exactly if this is not equal to this thing, is not equal to this, else. So if it is equal, then break. Perfect. This is perfection. There's an error here because there is an how am I supposed to break this? Then obviously, yeah. Then x is equal to 118, which should just mean that, yeah, exactly. Great. Oh, I'm sorry, there's an error here.
Why do you have
Because square brackets was not closed. It was, but after a bit. Oh, that's a mess. This in brackets, maybe? Expected else. Oh, so yeah, else, and let's just call it print a for now. It works. Yeah, great. It's sick. Fantastic. Well, it doesn't work yet, but there's no errors, so that's an improvement. That's an improvement. Oh, that's a beautiful line. That is a
this ridiculous
beautiful
thing in
line.
one line?
Yeah,
Why? Because I could.
because I can. Okay, and now what we are left. Okay, now we have this. Now when this else happens, we want to Oh, I'm such a fool. We don't need this temporary. We can just do nothing here. We can just do 0. Oh no, that's C. What can I do? What can I do that will do nothing? What would do absolutely nothing if I added there? Well, I could print, but that would take a bit.
None.
Wait, can I? Is there something in Python? Ah, no, that's not what I. Is there
You can do
something in
none.
Python that
Capital N, I think. Or you can do underscore, right? No. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
Let's just do x plus 1. Can I not set it equal to anything? I suppose this bracket
Yeah.
is. Oh, I can. Oh, that's. Oh wait, but x exists. So let's. Oh, I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to, instead of temporary temp index, is it going to be equal to 0, and then I'm going to set temp index to 0 every single time. Oh no, I can't do it like that. So let's instead let's create a function, define do nothing, and let's just have this function create a variable variable that does nothing, and let's set it equal to 0. There we go. Now that is yeah.
There you go.
That's some quality coding. And else, so if it's not equal, then temp index is equal to x plus 1. And now after we're done with this, this wasn't closed, was it? Because I cannot, why can I, I cannot set that. So if contents exactly, else temp index is equal to, oh no, I can't have that. This wasn't closed, huh? How about now? Now this wasn't closed, so there is some sort of issue with this. Can I really not do nothing? I just want my program to do nothing whilst I. Do nothing if contents. Nothing if contents table row X cell 1 is not equal to element cell 5 with replaced open square bracket to nothing and split square bracket 0. Okay. There is some way to do it. Temp index is equal to 1. What happens now? No, this else kind of breaks it, right? No, what did I do before that worked? There was, at some point I did something that worked without this else at the end. Else print A still doesn't work. Good to know. Oh, no wait, over here we just have to do nothing. Exactly, this works. Great. Great. Fantastic. Good. Okay, it's an improvement. Now all we have to do is set the temp index over here. This breaks it right away. I have no idea why, but it just does. This is not broken yet. This breaks it, okay. This is very it's a difficult puzzle, not gonna lie. It's else I could use another function, although it would be rather silly. Oh, I know what I can do. Oh, I know, that is such a fantastic idea. Let's do it like this, and can I do it inside? Oh no, I can't. No, it was a good thought, but no.
Print the formatted string. You can just have to put them in brackets inside of the F string, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but that print function didn't work. Gotcha.
Yeah. I thought maybe I would do it like this. That just doesn't quite work. Let's try actually. You know what? Let's try to run it. Let's see what kind of error will it give me exactly. I'm curious at this point. What would be the thing? What would be the issue? No, don't. This is wrong. Kill terminal. Invalid syntax. Well, I suppose it could be right. I do believe the syntax might be a bit specific.
Because temp index minus x.
Temp index equal to x plus 1 for x in range 118. Okay, let me take a look at this again, please. Do something for x in range. Yes. There we go. So do something for x in range. And over here we have do something for x in range, except this else breaks. If this, maybe it's the issue is that this doesn't realize that this is a single logical equation. Oh, I can do it the other way. Wait, I can do it the other way. Why did I use the do nothing function? Wait, why did I use the do nothing? I could literally done it the other way. If this is equal. Why would I use the do nothing function? I mean, I am keeping it. The do nothing function is very, very fun. Tempting. This equals is red, which I don't understand quite. All right, let's add another function. Let's call it do something. Ah, but no, because that would be private. This temp index is equal to x plus 1. It breaks everything. What happens if I do it public? Oh, public doesn't work. Huh. No idea what sort of thing. Oh, maybe global. Oh, yeah. Wrong language. Whoops. Temp index is equal to 0. Oh, making it global is actually such a bad idea. Alright, let's not then. Temp index equal to x plus...
I actually used that a couple of times for MicroPython because it actually is helpful in certain cases. Very rare, but I found a couple instances.
Yeah, the thing is, I remember there are many things, because I'm a C programmer, right? Big surprise there. But in C, there are also these keywords, global, private, public, stuff like that. And I've never used them in C, because in C, they are just not necessary. And the keyword that I'm most angry at is constant. I don't like it so much when people use a variable with constant in C, because the only thing it does, it restricts things. And it was such a big issue for me, because when I was coding things, I really often, when some function accepted constant, it really often had to be constant. Because of that, I just had this thing where I needed to change a value which was constant, and I couldn't change it because the program wouldn't let me, because it was constant. It's a security thing, but it really restricted my ability as a programmer to do stuff, and I really had to cheese it a lot. Alright, so temp index is equal to x plus 1. This breaks it. Temp index breaks it. If I do print x, now also doesn't work. Huh. Okay, we're getting somewhere. expected else. Oh, because we don't have else. Else, do nothing. The best function in existence. So this works. Python inline loop add to a variable. Oh boy, these are some. They are disassembling Python.
Oh, that looks fun.
Oh, that that looks like. Oh my goodness! If you worry about that fake loop, and see observe what Python does. My goodness! The fact that they did that only for 4.
Because you're only doing this once, right? And you're gonna run through the atoms, but you're gonna start with 1 and then go up to the higher numbers. So why don't you just create an array that contains the
Oh wait, I
those
did
elements
create an
that
array
look
which
like-
contains those element numbers.
Yeah, because they're going up, so you're only going in one direction.
I did do
So-
that. I did that actually. I am so not smart. Let's just call it noble. Let's just call it noble character, and let's just add characters, all of the noble characters to it, and just compare them. So we have helium, argon, then, if I'm not mistaken. Neon. I can check it on the periodic table. Why did that's so smart? I did do this array on the beginning, and I just completely forgot about the fact. Which one of these is a periodic table? All right. So we have helium, neon, argon, kryptonite, xenon, and radon, which might be a bit extreme, the fact that we're going this far, but oh well. Now we have the noble char, and we just can... Oh, I can actually do it as a list, which basically means that... So we first of all, but this is the biggest part of this line is broken now. But, well, we can, to be fair, we can still run it. It would be rather silly now, because we get these 85s, 53s, 35s, 70s, and 90s one. I know it wasn't working. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. We are doing it this way because this is way more fun. Now let's. Oh yes, print, and let's print noble index. Let's see if it works. Okay, okay. I can see the issue. Yes.
Well, I'm gonna commute now, but I'll be listening. But I'll be in the car.
I think
FYI.
All right, no worries. I'll try to figure this. Okay, so that does give me an array, which is. Oh wait, do I need to? I don't need to set equal. Just noble index is equal to x. Still the same problem, but so this inline. Okay, so noble index is equal to this, and over here we can give it x. Then it gives us none everywhere, which is a bit weird. Else do nothing. No, else. Well, else do nothing. That's a very powerful line right there. None everywhere, really. Oh, there we go, 85. So this is giving us 85. Okay, great. Now all we need, now all we need to do is just remove all the nuns. So. That's actually okay. That's doable. Python remove all from array. Remove all specific strings from array. Occurrences of value from a list. Exactly. So list filter or lambda. Wow, yeah, on it. Wait, list filter. That looks so ridiculous. Let's do it. that looks so absolutely ridiculous. We have to put all of these over here, and if it's not equal to none, capital. Now let's see. And now all we have to do is just add this on the end, and there we go. The best line in existence. No, it broke. Oh, why did it break? What happened? This is a list. Did I add it in the wrong place? Let's set it as an... Wait, no, it should work. Why didn't it work? Oh, that's so close, because this is 85, which means, yeah, noble index is being set to 85. Let's give it all an int value. I mean type. I'm a C programmer, shouldn't have gotten that wrong. And like this. What about now? List index out of range. But it does have a 0 over here, this one. That's correct. Oh, unless it's out of range for the first one, which has nothing. Alright, which means that over here we have to do this, except for if. So let's give it fuck, give me a second. So we could do it 2 ways. Let's do it the code way. So 99 if if length of this entire thing, let's do it this way because that should be simpler, is equal to 0, else, and just this right here, which would be, there we go. No, it still breaks. 99 if length of this is equal to 0, yeah. If length of this entire thing is equal to 0, I can remove the int too. Oh, because we're switching it to an int, that's why it didn't work. Okay, so and I can remove an int from over here as well, because that's not really required at this point. No, still list index out of range. Alright, great. Oh, because we are trying to access the 0 over here. I'm such an idiot. So there we go. No, wait, this is correct. We have to remove this one. And now, boom! Easy as it could be. Just a simple line of code, honestly. That's it. That's all it is. A simple line of code, which gives us the number, except for on the beginning when the number is 99, but I feel like 0 will be better. There we go. Great, now we have an index for a noble gas, which we are looking for. I couldn't help but wonder if we can go for it even further and if we can do the rest of this. Oh, so now, by the way, do we need temp index? We don't. Good. Good. Very much good. Now what we need is to get this and add it to our string. So content, so we have this bit, but now with a 1 we get the entire rest of the puzzle. Yeah. With a 1 we get the entire rest, but I'm pretty certain there's no space, right? There is no. Okay, there's no space, so we will have to be careful. Python add a character to the beginning of a string. On the start you can oh, this. That's actually... Huh. Oh yeah, I can just use an F string for this. actually. Yeah, like, okay, everything will work. So now what we have to do is now we have to iterate through this multiple times. So this gives a value to the noble index. This entire line right here, this entire line gives us the value for a noble index. There we go. Now what do we need with this noble index? Well, first let's start the loop. The only correct way to do a loop, which basically means the square brackets loop. There we go. For I in range and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. So that's the maximum number of times. So we can do 1 at it, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, good. Actually, no, for I in range. Actually, rather have this give me, instead of a noble index, I'd rather have it give me the. Wait, we could make that happen. We could have it give us the specific index in the. Alright, okay, we're getting somewhere. I feel like it would be better if we just extended that to the other screen. Like, there we go. You don't see it, but it's helpful. So now, what we need to take this. And we need to noble index array index. We just have to in range 6. We just have to go through this entire thing. And do it the similar fashion, which basically means we have to give it noble index array index if this thing is equal to what's this array called? Noble array given noble index array index, and else it should give nothing, so a 0, so a none actually. And now what we need is we need the, which part of this was the removing part? This one. Is there an ending to it, like any specific one? No, just that's it. So now what we have to do is we have to add this to the array. Exactly. Add enough brackets and then 0. And now this thing should give us the correct noble index. So instead of this, we'll take the noble index equal like this. A noble index and then noble at noble index. Out of range. Oh, because sometimes we get a 0 and 0 is in none of them. That is true. Which means that if we get 0. You know what, let's just, fudge it, we won't do it this way. This is just if element is not equal to hydrogen and element is not equal to Ne. Obviously this is wrong because we need this. No, wait, we need a name. The name is over here. Still out of range. Oh, because helium, I'm an idiot. Still out of range. Print this. Oh, it's hydrogen, the full name. We meant the symbol, obviously. So this should be a 1 and a 1. Yes! Great! Yes, sick. Fantastic. Now that we have this line. Now that we have this line, someone stopped watching during this. They just couldn't handle the neutron style. Now that we have this line. No, I'd rather have it on the full screen. There we go. Sick. Yeah, sick indeed. Sick indeed. Now we have this line, which we can input into the noble array to get the noble index. We can use it again. Yes, now we need a loop, which would basically... Oh, that's actually... Okay, that's actually pretty good. So now we have this noble index thing. We can do it differently. So what we can do is, first of all, we can take this entire string, I mean this entire line, and we can add it over here next to this one, like this. Thank you very much. And over here we can do final string array, and then we can turn it to a string. So let's just give it x for... No, wait, let's just give it electrons for electrons in range. Well, how big the range should be right now? Well, it should be equal to the index, actually. Index plus 1. Yeah, so this entire line plus 1. Now let's see it. This would be final string array, and then that's it. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Sick. Okay. We're getting there. All right. Now what we need is... Now what we need is, instead of electrons, we needed to give us the strings from them with the original thing removed, which should be this, if I'm not mistaken. Except it shouldn't be element, this should be the table raw thing. So, like so. And this instead of element. And over here instead of x, we would like to get electrons. Okay, this is a guess right now. Let's see where it takes us. Okay, so I feel like there's an error on this line. String indices must be integers. For ion range, yeah, this is an integer. Ooh, it's not apparently. Because this is in range, which means this should just be a range. Yeah, it should be a range. Oh wait, no, this is different to this, right? If we give it a 1. Oh, no, it's not. Huh, good thing I checked. So contents table raw, electron picks the element. This should be noble. Electron is -1. But yeah, which one breaks? Content table raw 1, cell 1, cell 5. This should, yeah, that's the issue. Okay, we got the wrong thing, but yes. Xenon. No, that's actually kind of screwed up. Not -1. Just straight up. Yes! Yes! Okay! That's good. That's good. That's good. Now we do it 1 instead of 0. We break it, because on the last thing... yeah, okay, we're getting there, Wait, what happens if right now we do -1 over here, actually? No, still out of range. +1? Okay, it was good for a really long time, but right now we are missing the first one. Yeah. Okay, so electrons... Yeah, we're missing the first one, which means what we have to do is that we have to do this exact thing. 1. If this array, if length of this array is greater than 0, else we'd like to take this entire thing, this array, and just use the 0 of 1. And now if we do this, it's broken. Good, because it should be -1 over here. Like this. And like this. And now, it still is broken, but it was better for a bit. Huh. Actually, it wasn't. Let me Control Z a couple of times to back to the time when it was better. Over here. This one still was, so this one is already when I screwed up. +1. No, -1. -1 and the 0th. Wait, so nothing. Electrons, just electrons. Yes. Just electrons. And now we need to... Electrons 0. If the length of these electrons... Oh, because I screwed up, that's not how length works, obviously. If the length of these is greater than 1, else this, except the first. And now, it's out of range, but it's closer, it's greater. Oh no, it's smaller, I'm such an idiot, the other way. I got this the wrong way around. If it's smaller than 1, if it's smaller than 2. Now, we get this! Yes! Fantastic! Oh, yes, great. Now all we have to do is just join them together. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. Go Python join function. Yeah, we have to join them. Okay, how does this work? Print X. Try it yourself. Yeah. Run. It will be the hashtag in between them. Okay, great. So if I use this space, then there will be just spaces. Alright. That is amazing. Wonderful. Exactly what we need. That's not important. So now what we have to do is we have to do... And we have this. We do this dot join. Exactly. Just like so. Perfect. Now if we do it, we will get all of them as a string. Yes. And now we can use that to dissect them into... with spaces. Yeah, we are joining them with spaces, dissecting with spaces. There we go. Now we have the array of every single thing over here. Fantastic. Alright. Okay, okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. This is... we are getting there. Now what we have to do is we have to... dissect them again. So first we have to check the length of this entire thing. So first we have to check the length of... Okay. Is equal to length of this entire thing. This whole entire thing. There we go. Length, if I may. There we go. Now we got the length of... Yes. Fantastic. Wonderful. now that we have the length of all of these, we can know how long the next loop has to be. So now we can do for last variable, hopefully, in range this. One more bracket, thank you. I suppose I could go page up, or whatever it is for the switch. Oh, it's end and start, right? Yeah, end start, good. Over here, then. So for every single one of these, what we need to do is we need to go through this array, which basically means we need to add this with last variable, hopefully. We need to go through this array, and we need to take out pieces. So this one gives us the string of each array, which means that right now, each array element has a string, which means that right now we have to go through them, and we have to dissect them. So first of all, this, so this thing, wait, oh, it's in the middle actually. Where's the last variable? Hopefully, there we go. There's the last variable. Hopefully, can I just thank you so much up to this point? And now this one will give us the shell number. There we go. This one gives us the shell number, which means that if we just, which means that we can just, if we take this, if we -1 over here, like so, and if we just int it like this, we have the shell number, which we can use to determine to which of the main arrays should it go. Then we'll have to use the next one, which will be a letter, and it will be very upsetting. Alright, first of all, let me check how this looks. 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, which does sound correct. It sounds very much correct. Now what we need is we need the next one to determine to which. So okay, we have this one, right? This is our first array thing. This is our array of these, right? So let me just copy it. Let me just put it over here so that might come in handy later on. And now what we need is we need the same array, except we need first of all letters, and then we'll have to pass the letters. There's noble array index. No, I'm looking for last variable, hopefully. Last variable, hopefully, exactly. So now what we have to do is we have to not -1 and not int, and do it 1. There we go. Not int this. Now we have the letters. Yes. The problem is we shouldn't use the letters. We should use. We don't need the letters. What we need is we need values from these letters. We need to change them. So this is wrong. Instead, what we should do is we should switch them to the values for which we need chemistry. Where is it? So chemistry. This one, we have SPDF. So subshells is equal to SPDF. SPDF. Now we have to go through and compare them, and if they are equal to them, so we need another loop. We need another loop. We need for I in range for this time last variable, we need to take this. We need to check. We need to give it. We need to give it the this time last time variable if this entire large monstrous thing is equal to sub shells this exactly. If this is equal to it, then that's the thing, else it will be none. And then we need to give it the good old remove nones, which basically means this thing. There we go. So this, boom, yeah. And now if blank in this case being obviously these. All right, we just have to add it in one place, right? Only over here. And now this thing should give us a number which tells us, so if we take this, right, and if we put it over here, this should final string array, this should give us a number, and then similar thing as we did over here, except so now there will be sub shells, and this will be final why is finally purple? Null string array. And now if we do this, then it breaks. List indices must be integers or slices, not a list. Oh yeah, because oh yeah, I know why. Yeah, hi, welcome back. I am not going insane right now. I have everything under control. Last variable, hopefully. No, we're looking for last variable. Oh, it should be at the end. This time last variable. So this one over here. But we have to go through. Oh, we have to go through every single one of them, which basically means we need another loop. What? We need another. Oh, we need another loop. So we need another loop, which would go through this entire array.
That line is ridiculous.
It's we're getting to the end. We're close. We're close to the end. It's
the whole time I couldn't see what you're doing, only here. And now that I see it.
We're getting closer and closer to the end. So this entire line, we need another loop for this entire thing. So for last variable for real in range length of this array. There we go. And close brackets and open bracket on the beginning. There we go. We have to go through this entire array again. And then, if we go through this entire array again, what we can do is, then we replace stuff and, oh my goodness, where am I? This is list filter lambda a, which basically means this is after we are trying to remove all the nuns to get this thing. So yeah, this right here, except we have to take these, we have to take the this time last variable for real, which should be over here. There we go. It's gray because it's, well, not gray, it's dark red because it's unused. We take this, yeah, exactly. We go to the beginning. Well, not quite the beginning. We're beginning later on. And then we are looking for square brackets which are empty. I'm pretty certain I left them there. If I didn't, then, oh no. I don't think I did. So last variable, and which means we have to go for this in range 4 over here, if I'm not mistaken. Square brackets, please tell me I'm right, because if I'm not, then this will be, this won't work. Okay, where am I? This one is the array of the letters with this variable in to signify that we are looking for this letter right now. If this very letter is equal to this, then give us the this time last variable, and if it's not, then give us the none. And we look for it 4 times. Oh wait, we have a problem with this. Okay, that's hopeful. I love how slow it is, by the way. The issue right now is that all of those have 1 subtracted, which means all we need to do is just add 1.
Oh, nice.
I think. I have no idea if this add 1 will work over here, by the way. This takes such a long time. No, a range and int. Yeah, I cannot add a range and int, obviously. Duh. Which means we need to add it to the... This is list filtered, so this is list filter none, which means we need to add it to -2 brackets. So over here, but this is an array. So it means over here, +1. Ah, not over here. So over here, at some point I'll have to get it right, I think. Okay, so this is the array. This is the array without any nuns, which means this is an array in and of itself. Oh, that is true, which means we have to turn that array, which means we need a 0 over here, +1, and then it still doesn't work because the int object is not iterable, obviously. Why would I think of that? The int object is obviously not iterable, which means we have to go to the beginning. This is a list, but this is a list. This is a list over here, which means this has a type of list. How can it be not iterable if it's a list? And I have no idea. So let's try it again. No, we got int object is not iterable. If we do this, if we remove it, if we go through, then we get an array of arrays, which is wrong. We need an array of numbers because all of these only have 1, which basically means that. Okay, so this is. If this is a list, then that doesn't make any sense. So, unless this is the... No, this doesn't make any sense. This should be iterable. If we remove this, then the entire thing will... Oh, because I'm working on the wrong thing. Oh, that's obvious. Yeah. We have to go for this time last variable for real, which should be last variable for real over here. Fudge! Oh, I missed it. Last variable... Okay. Last variable for real. There we go. We have only 2 entries for the... Okay, and over here we have to give it a 0 and then +1. It's still wrong, I think. Is it? I have no idea. We'll check.
Looking good though.
It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I need a periodic. There it is, periodic table. So let's go for Radon because it's the last one. This is the thing. So it should be D should be the third one and P the second. Then right? All right. Let's check. Let's actually check in comparison to the previous one, which basically means, you know what, let's take this and let's just put it inside our print because might as well. There we go. Oh, it won't work because print is a string. That's all. Okay. Final string array. There we go. Let's copy it. Add a 2 over here, and let's take this one because I'm pretty certain that this one is responsible for. Oh, I didn't print this thing. And then this thing except with a 2. Okay, this one is numbers, which means in order to change it to letters, we just have to go forward until well, we have to change a 0 to a 1 somewhere.
That's computers 101 for you.
Yeah. Last variable this. Okay, last variable. This time last variable. That's what it's called. This time last variable. Okay, so no, last variable hopefully for real. This one is the one we're looking for. As you can see, this I like writing readable code. And
yeah,
if we go down the line, then
it's totally Pythonic.
Yeah, it is. It's just basic stuff, honestly. So for this in range, which means if we remove this 1, this curly bracket, replace this with a 1, and remove this int on the beginning, then we have leading zeros in decimal integer literals are not permitted. which is, I have no idea why this error happened, not gonna lie. Okay, so maybe not. Wait, if we do okay. Let me just, oh, whoops.
Interesting.
Interesting. I've never had this error.
Oh, use a 0D prefix?
Okay, so if we add over here a bracket, then do this, then we get numbers. We don't want numbers. We want letters. Wait, so if I wait, if I remove this int, stop. Alright? If I remove this int, and then if I remove this bracket, which is okay, then we get strings. Perfect, exactly what I need. So then if I do 1, there we go. Okay. I would like to mention that this isn't even the molecule generated. This is just me passing the data for it, and I could have done it on multiple lines and just, you know, have none of these issues. But I didn't, and now I have a line. Okay, let's see. S should be equal to 1, and actually we can do it, wait, actually we can do it a different way. Wait, 1 SS, 2P 1S, 2P 1S, 3D 2P 1S, 3D 2P 1S, 4F 3D 2P. We did it, Tefta.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Not gonna lie, that is pretty awesome. That was only for the check, but I will save it as letters over here. Now all we have to do, now all we have to do is we have to use 2 lines. We have to use this one. There we go. We have to use this one and this one above. So this one is basically our list of our indexes. Because now, right now, if we take a look at it, if we just let it go, these ones would be our. Oh, this one would also have to be -1, but doesn't matter. I can fix that. These ones are basically shells, and these ones are subshells, which means that these ones. Wait, is that correct? Did I mess up?
Is it? Why would you have a 0-1 there?
No, I mean, wait. Let me. The point is, if we combine these letters, if we combine these numbers with these numbers, we should always have a unique pair. All of them should make a unique pair. So 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. Oh, you can actually see the kind of algorithm to it. I like it. All right, so if we take this print away for now, for I in range length of final string array, if we do this, if we iterate through it, and then if we, they could be different lengths. Wait, no, they should be the same length, I think. Yeah, they are the same length, good. So if we then go through it, and if we print f string of this I and this I but with a 2, then they should all make unique pairs. I should have done it a different way because right now it's actually very much a mess. You know, if it doesn't work, I'll just have to debug this line of code. This is only one line of code, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's no problem at all.
It's only one line of code. Come on, simple. All right, let's see. 1 0 1 1 2 1 1 2 2 2 1 3 3 2 2 3 1 4 3 3 2 4 1 5 4 3 3 4 2 5. They are all unique. That's a good sign. That would probably mean that I'm correct, although there is no real way to check, I suppose. Good, great. I like the fact that right now I have this uncertainty of whether I'm right or wrong. That's fantastic. It's great.
It means you're doing things quantum related.
You just have to add the uncertainty to the program.
Yeah, see?
Exactly.
That's
it's
how you know
quantum.
you.
I well, okay. I suppose I could do it in normal way. So, I could check it. Python remove end line from print, because I'm pretty certain there was some like end line is equal to, and yeah, this one exactly. That's exactly what I'm looking for. And basically, if we do this, right?
Yeah, then it should print the same line.
Exactly. And then if we do sub shell like so, and then if we do it the other way around and add a space on the end, now
You maybe want a comma for the end instead of a 0 space. Oh no, that works good. Never
yeah,
mind.
now
Oh yeah, nice, nice.
we have them all, and it looks correct. It broke, yes, that is true. But to be fair, it broke because in order to fix this, all I have to do is just give it a -1, and it's actually good that it broke. Yes. All right. Okay. That's a good sign. So now we can basically check couple. So for example, we can go to cesium. Why not cesium? And oh yeah, I did extend my code a bit. There we go. All right. Cesium electron or orbitals. And now all we have to do is just check if this string is the same. So we have cesium over here. Well, my code keeps disappearing. There we go. Let's squish it down. Cesium is 1s. These ones are all, should be all incremented, doesn't matter. 2s, 2p, 3s, 3p, 4s. It's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's wrong. No.
They're all off by one. Oh no.
Oh, oh. No. No. Notepad. This is the actual one, and this is the one I came up with. First of all, this one seems a bit. Maybe that's just these. Let's remove all the electron numbers. We do not care about them one bit in this case. It's 6s. Okay, here's the thing. 2, 3, 3, 4, 3. I should just regenerate that. Doing it by hand is just shameful. No, we are regenerating it with +1. There we go. Okay, let's go step by step. So first of all, we have lithium, which is 1s. That's the issue. All of them are offset by 2 because I remove hydrogen and helium from it, which basically means that cesium is getting something offsetted by 2 to the back or 2 to the front, 2 to the. So if I remove 2 to the front, okay. So cesium, where is cesium? I lost it again. The atomic. Okay, well, let me actually check. What was its atomic? Because it should be here. Cesium, holding capacity, periodic table. Let me just take a look, if I may. Where's my full periodic table? There it is. I'm looking for cesium. Where is it? There it is. Wait. thing that is displayed atomic... Is it atomic mass? No, it's not displaying atomic mass. It's displaying atomic number? That would be 55.
55.
How did it get 100 then? What am I displaying? What am I printing? Wait, what am I printing? What am I printing here? Element cell 2, which means the third one. Am I printing I'm not printing a string. Wait, what am I... What? No, that's my name print. 0, first one. Atomic number. I am printing an atomic number. Oh, atomic number, no atomic... Oh, that's fair. Okay. Atomic radius. Where's the atomic number? This is the number of the... Can I... Which one is it? 2... No, I won't be counting it. That would be insane. I mean, in theory, it seems as if cesium's atomic number should be 55. If my math is correct, but then how am I getting hundreds here? Cesium. Oh, this 56. Okay, that's lovely to see. Kind of. I have no idea why.
But it's only one off.
It's that well. It should be 2 off or 0 off. So it's kind of actually terrifying. Oh no, because the cesium. Oh, because I'm printing it after. Okay, so cesium is this. I think. No, it's this. This is xenon. Yeah, this is cesium.
Oh, let me...
56. It's messed up. Doesn't matter. Oh, unless I'm printing. Oh no, it's correct. It's correct. Okay. So basically, end lines aren't the way I made it. So this is...
Well, isn't it right then? Don't you have...
Yeah. This is cesium, basically, this. So 55, that's correct. And now let's check these, which means I have to put them over here, which is close. But then we have to remember that they are offset by 2, which is wrong, actually, because we are missing a 6. We are missing a 6. How did that happen? I don't think... Wait, is that my fault? It is! Oh, I'm such an idiot! Oh, I know what's wrong. Oh, I'm so... I am over here printing only the... Oh, that actually could be a simple fix. I am printing only the noble gases part. I am not printing... So I'm only printing... Let me show you.
Oh,
I'm only
not
printing
what it
this
has
one.
inside of it.
Yeah, I'm only printing this one past, but I'm not printing this. But this
Because
should
it treats
be
those
simple.
as a base, right?
Exactly. But this should be relatively, very relatively simple. All I have to do is I have to find inside this string where, inside, not string, is inside this line, I have to find a place in which...
Yeah, you already have it because didn't you specify before the bracket? Now you just need to specify after. So you called it 0, the index, when you split it by n bracket, it would just be the 1.
I think it's this line of code that I'm looking for. I think it's this, but I'm not certain. So when we have this line of code, which one is it? A noble index, noble index, array index. Yeah, that sounds like the correct place, even though it seems so. So what we have to do is we also have to give the element part to it, which means the element. Where are we to say? Okay, so it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth. So let's just look for a 5 in here. There we go. And this is actually quite exactly... Oh wait, this! Yes, that's it. So we have to go until we find a yellow close bracket.
Keep scrolling.
Wait, there's a purple scroll. There's a purple open bracket. That doesn't seem right. Oh, there we go. No, that's the wrong bracket. Wait, does it open and close the yellow bracket? We missed it. Fudge. Okay, it's fine. I don't think. Where's this yellow? Wait, what? That's green, blue. Excuse me. Unless, oh, it's a different. Now over here we are opening another yellow, so we have to find 2 yellow closed brackets. Okay. Okay, that's cool. None. We found the first one here. Now the second one. There it is. Alright, so this part is responsible for, like, if we take this part, right? If we copy it, then if we print it again, so if we basically there we go, do this for a second, then if we print this, then we'll break because it's actually out of context. Fudge. Oh, that means we just need, wait, okay, we already have it found, so that's good, which means we can just, damn it. No, scrolling right to the end, not what I need. So we need 4, this, in range, and we have to get the another one. Great. In range, and actually I was scrolling too quick. So over here we need to find another closing to a yellow bracket. But this one should be smaller. Although should doesn't mean will. We are opening another yellow bracket, so right now we need to find 3 closed yellow brackets. There goes 1. Nope.
Why can't you just recall the
Second.
3rd element?
This. Well, I mean, the thing is, if I add it this way, then because in this string I also have the thing that passes letters into numbers, and because of that, if I just add this element part in the appropriate place, then it will automatically pass it correctly.
Gotcha. That makes total sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the correct place. Okay, if I add this over here, then then we are missing a bracket apparently, which is festive. Oh, because these are strings. So what we need to do is we need to variable. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just perfect. And right now we are missing. Excuse me. Expected. Where? How? Why? What? When? And by whom? Well, it won't work, right? Invalid syntax. Could you tell me exactly where is the invalid syntax? You know what would be fun? You know what I should do?
Do you ever... What should you do?
I should give it to ChatGPT.
Yeah, you should. Why not?
I'm actually wondering if it will figure it out, because this is pretty extreme. It should be good at it, but at the same time, it's pretty
because
extreme.
it's underneath the text limit, so...
Yeah, so just give it the entire thing. Let's first ask it, could you tell me, please, what this code does? It might not get the context required, but no.
Wow, that's long when you see it in
Yeah.
paragraph form.
The content, the provided code is quite lengthy and complex, making it difficult to add. It cannot. I mean, I can give you the entire program if you want. No worries. I just can if you want. There we go. With all the comments. This is the entire code in context. First
Oh, it
foundation
took it.
file.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, but that's only the beginning. Now, overview of what the code does. Oh, but that's just the basic thing. It defines some constants in an atom template, alright. Initialize empty list atoms, iterates over each element context, that's still basic, and then inside the loop it extracts various properties of each atom from the JSON data and assigns them to the corresponding filled atom list. that's a single line of code right there. Could you please elaborate on the seventh? Is elaborate on the correct? I don't know. On the seventh point in this list. I cannot speak human after doing something like that. Secondly, let's dive into the seventh point. We didn't provide the code that just gives me the entire line. Still copying it. It's still going.
Oh my god.
Wow, the trooper, honestly. It's it's still going.
That has to be the limit. I've never seen it write that long of a single line before.
This particular list comprehension is for generating file string array list, which appears to be a modified representation. Okay, electron configuration for each atom. That is correct. The comprehension involves multiple levels of nested operations and conditional checks. It iterates over a range of values based on the length of a string generated from atoms in the string configuration. Here's the breakdown of steps involved. Great. It starts by only four. Okay, may I just already say that only four elements of this list. I quite sketchy. I think it should be longer than that. It starts by generating a string based on the electron configuration of the current atom. This is achieved by joining specific parts of data from context table row. It splits the generated string to separate different electron shell subshells. It applies several condition check and filters to determine the appropriate values for specific variables. That does not happen there. Nope. Conditional checks and filters to determine the appropriate values. Nope. That is not in this line. Specific variables. Also a very vague point.
Because really it was trained just to be convincing, right?
Yeah,
Not to be correct.
I don't think it has any idea what this line does. I mean, if that's a very human answer. That's kind of me reading that this paper, right? It's very similar. If someone had a look at it, they would say, it's doing these checks because they see the if, right? This line does these checks in order to determine the appropriate values for the specific variables. But the thing is, it doesn't. It's just using these ifs as a way to turn an array into a single value. Creates the final string array list by performing further manipulations on the generated string using indices and conditions. All of these points are so vague. I broke ChatGPT.
That's awesome.
This is the first time I ever gave it some code that it doesn't understand. With all the context required. I am proud. That is an achievement. Alright, but over here this line still doesn't work. Because
So give it the error. Let's see if it...
Oh wait, there's a statement. Oh, I know why it doesn't work actually. Huh. I figured out. This should be inside square brackets, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this should be inside square brackets. And now we'll get an array. There we go. Yeah, and we get this. Great. So this line, so this gives us this segment gives us the letters. Now all we need to do is just find a place which is responsible for recursively getting all of the for recursively getting all of the noble gases, and then add to it also the another segment of this. Okay, cool. So which is which? What, how, and what? Last variable hopefully. Wait, isn't last variable hopefully responsible for this? Because then what we can do? Last variable hopefully and 1. Why 1? Oh, because 1 is the rest. Yes, which means that we have to take this entire thing, this entire array. Oh wait, but this is already passed with. Oh no, it's wrong. So we went too far. From this point on, this isn't required. There we go. This is the place. So right now we just have to remove enough things to not have any errors, and then it should be fine. So basically we have to go backwards till we find a closing to this right here blue bracket. So we have one open blue bracket. We have two open blue brackets.
It sounds like a Dr. Seuss. One open bracket, two open brackets.
Do we have any more? Is that it? Because I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot.
So this would be computer engineering for toddlers. Have you seen that book? What is it? Electric Engineering for Babies. It's like this cardboard book with a light in it. It's being sold all over the place.
Oh, yes, I did it. I did it. That's the correct. Yes. Okay. Now all we have to do is we have to just add to this
awesome.
array. Okay. Now all we have to do is just to this array we have to add the atom specific. I knew something didn't seem right when all of these were the same. So all we have to do right now is just add the atom specific part, which basically means, okay, so this is us joining it together, which basically means that in this join, white bracket should be at the end. There we go, white bracket, which basically means over here we need to add this, and now we need to add the element part, which basically means element, cell number, so one of them, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cell number 5. Actually, no. Let's look for it. Let's look for this cell number 5. There we go. This, because this part of the code should give us this cell, but with exactly that. Oh my goodness, no. Just give me this right here. That's exactly what I need. Perfect. And now all we have to do is just go to the end of this line and add this with a 0 replaced to 1. And now we do it, we break it. Oh, because string join cannot have multiple things? Can it now? I mean, we can just join it twice, there's no issue with that. We can just do it like this, which is a silly way to do it, but to be fair, like in comparison to the rest, it's string join takes exactly one argument, two given. So no, there's a different issue here. What is this issue? Let me take a look at this again. So we have element that replaced this with this exactly. Then we split it in two, and we take the first one, and that is a string. A string join takes exactly one argument, two given. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, unless it has to be part of an array. Ooh, that could be true. It might have to be a part of an array. But then how would I do it? Well, I would need to combine two arrays together. Combining arrays. Concating arrays, obviously. Oh wait, but I did forget to specify in Python. Whoops. Image multiple arrays in Python, and that's just done by creating an array of arrays. Obvious. Well, actually, no, that's not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, there's an array of... No. Append. No. I'm trying to... How's the Hackaday?
Yeah, so I'm creating a Google alert right now. Because I haven't heard anything. I've been checking the Instagram, I've been checking their website, and checking my email, because I'm assuming I'll get it first in email. But I don't know. What's really cool is because Lou and Day emailed me from when I first started, and so the Hackaday team is super awesome. Because they had to delve in deep in order to do that, so I am very thankful. But sometimes they are late, which I do not mind. I'm not nervous at all. I'm not creating a Google alert to see. But on my defense, they were supposed to release this on the 12th of June.
Oh, a month ago.
Yeah. So they
Well,
emailed us saying they had technical issues and that they would be releasing it July 10th. Our sincere apologies for the delay. Thank you for your patience.
Wait, this, but this entire thing has to be with a star. I am getting two empty things in the middle, and that's because, I know why, whoops. Wait, no. Why am I getting two empty things in the middle? I messed it up, but I messed it up for the better, I think, I hope.
Oh, okay, so those are the add-ons after the Noble?
Yeah, so basically the left part is just the noble gases configuration, and the right part should be from the atoms, except as you can see it's broken. EDICTED, which is funny because there's even a bracket there. What did I do? No. Oh, because because this thing is a string and not an array. Which means...
Oh, it's taking each piece of it as a item.
I think if I did
because it treats strings as arrays with individual characters.
Yes, that looks good. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty solid. That looks pretty solid. So now we'll just have to inject this piece of code into the previous line, and then it should work. Great. It's fantastic. Festive. It's wonderful, honestly. It's like...
That's awesome.
There's something. Why is that predicted? Why is this predicted there? What does that... Why? Why is that predicted?
I don't see predicted where.
Oh. What? Calculated. What do you mean? How did that end up there? What?
It's overflow.
Python predicted. And
where is that even in the data?
Calculated. That seems like such an unpredicted behavior. Pending predicted values. I am not going this deep into Python. What now? Append predicted values and from running a regression onto a data frame as distinct columns. Obviously, it's a common practice to append predicted values and residuals from running a regression onto the data frame as distinct columns. I mean, we all know that. We all know that. But what does it mean even? High travels performing this simple I don't. Wait, is that are those predicted and calculated? Python what are? happened there?
Yeah, aren't you just grabbing maybe something else from the JSON?
No, that isn't. But I think what happens is that I kind of reached the limit, maybe with, with how far Python can do with a single line of code, with what Python can do with a single line of code, and it's just predicted. Okay. Chat, listen, but GPT, I need your help. In my in the output my code and the array where I should be getting strings with pseudo with letters and numbers. Instead, I'm getting calculated and predicted despite none of those strings existing anywhere in the code. Could you please tell me why are they appearing there? Appearance of string calculate predicting new code output could be due to the presence of the strings in the original JSON file data. I don't think. Why would they be calculated here? Calculated. Okay, I owe you an apology, Tefta. There is totally calculated and predicted in those. Why is there calculated and predicted here?
Oh, okay, they're at the end. Yeah.
Oh, there's not. Oh, now I have I have to add a string which passes those to remove them.
Yeah.
Oh.
In that one line.
On my way to do it. So what we have to do basically is we have to split it with this, and then we have to split it with. Oh, actually, how can I split it like that? Oh no, I can split it over here with opening brackets, then take the 0th one, and then split them again.
Yeah.
Okay, that was actually pretty clean thing to do. That was good. Okay. All right, good. They are not bringing in. Sick. So now, what we have to do.
That's so ridiculous. That's awesome though.
Now we're getting empty strings at the end.
Oh, there are.
No idea.
Oh, that's probably when predicted shows up. There's no. There's a space in and then predicted. So is it seeing that space? But that wouldn't make any sense because you're parsing.
Oh, but I am splitting by spaces. Oh, that's smart. Let's split it by space. Let's split it by space brackets, if I may. That is actually very smart. Right?
Yeah, because the space and then...
Yeah, the space and then was split by space, which means at the end all we got is a null character. And now we are getting correct output. Great. Now what we have to do is just take this code, inject it back into our original 2 lines, which shouldn't be tough. I mean, it's only one line of code. There's only one line of code. I mean, how hard could it possibly
Yeah,
be?
just one line of code.
Just one line of code.
Deobfuscating obfuscated code is one of my hobbies. And it usually looks like this, but there's some tools that I use to break it out, but it wouldn't work on this one.
Yeah, this is as messy as it gets. It's not that messy. It's just very, very, very large. That's the issue. I'm actually wondering how many characters is that. So now all I have to do is replace, I'm pretty certain all I have to do is just replace every single place where it happens. I think.
Oh, by the way, at 3 hours 14 minutes, you say, "I'm so stupid." I'm totally not gonna make that into a meme to supplement the "I'm smarter than you."
I don't mind that. That would be pretty funny. I'm just hoping that I will be able to. Oh, how far did I copy? Split, and then after split we get another split. All right, so so I have to get it up to the split. I think that's the correct way to do it. Let's see. Variable is not defined. Oh, fudge me. Not this, only this. There we go. Does it work now? Should break at some point, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, we are getting the same thing because we didn't update the second one. Alright, so we have updated first from the first one. Now it's time to update this from the second one. Right, first. And first is the only one, that's good. Name on is not defined. What was that?
So I have to run soon because I'm gonna show off my new wire management solution that I put on the Discord.
Okay.
I have a inventors group that I go to, but yeah, I was kind of excited that hopefully this can be the next version of Open Muscle. This is beyond me. You've lost me.
I've lost myself. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have absolutely no idea what did I just paste there. I think I pasted it wrong. I have to that's not the correct ending. This is the correct. Which one is the correct ending? Which one is the correct ending? It's a good question. I think this one. If I broke it, then I'll have to fix that line of code. So from this point on, if we continue on going forward, then we should get to split space. There we go. We have to replace that. Perfect. Then we have to start over here, and we have to keep on going forward. And then we find split space. A bit too far. There we go. Split space. Damn it! I have no idea what I'm doing at this point. Damn it, I copied it instead of pasting! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just have to copy now this entire thing up to split space. Right, great. And now just get to the beginning. Alright, that's the next one. Now we do this, then we have listeners out of range, which is correct. That's exactly what should have happened actually, which is good. That's good. Good news, great news, fantastic news. So now we keep on going forward to find the end of this line. There we go. We have this one, which in case we have to find the split space. Which should be, there we go, that's the split space I was talking about. Now we have to keep on going even further till we find this. Now we have to go forward till the, you wouldn't guess it, split space. There we go. And this should be last, because I'm pretty certain there should be an even number of them. This one already seems correct, but still, just to make sure. it broke. But it broke on these. So final string array length versus this length. Let's try it. Let me just also leave this over here because I will need to copy it soon. Oh yeah, I did this completely wrong. So what I'm looking for over here is subscriptions is this and this. And we are getting 12, 12, 12, 12, 13, 13, 13. Why are we getting 3 of them? That's a good question. This one should be and like this. And now we are getting lithium, which has 12, 12. Is that correct? That may be correct. Beryllium, which has 12, 12. Boron, which has 13, 13, 13. What? Why is it 3 times? 13, 13, 13? I don't know at this point. I've made a monster and now I cannot defeat it. Ah, great. It's great. It's great. All right, let's see if all of those have stars. These two have stars, and go till the split space. Also, this one goes to the split space. This one does not have stars. That's the issue. This one is missing stars. This one, right. This one has stars because it's the first one. This one is missing a star. Great. An asterisk, so I'm very sorry. Please go forward till we find the split space. Over here. We paste it. Yup. Now let's check if this one also has a star. Asterisk. Asterisk is present. Asterisk is present. And asterisk is present. Ooh, it's broken. 33. Oh, but it's broken further on. That's okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere slowly but surely. So there is an error somewhere on this line of code. It's fun. Let's call it length 1 and then let's do over here length 2, like so. So we have a length 1, length 2. Oh, because it's printing for the, okay, great. That's the issue. Understandable. Now we have length. So this one is 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. And then this one breaks because string index is out of range. So this line of code appears 12 times, which means this one should also appear 12 times. It appears 7 times. That does seem to be correct. Now we can see that this noble is 1s2s, 1s2s, 2p. 2p1 does seem correct. It breaks later on with the next iteration, which means we should print them before this to check what's actually going on. Let's see. Oh, there is an empty thing over here. Great, which we have to fix. There's an empty over there. On nitrogen. Why? Let me find nitrogen really quickly. Up there. Nitrogen, helium to this and this. When we are splitting, okay, let's just try something, alright? We're having fun. Let's just try to do this and let's see what happens. Still, really? Huh. I genuinely thought that would fix it. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, maybe because we have to do it every single time. Yeah, how about this? There we go. Oh, really, that appears only once. Alright, well, let's look for this, which should appear more times, I think. And it should be our issue. This time broke way quicker, that's great news. Which means we can't have that. Why did it break only on nitrogen? Let me just check. Because only nitrogen has space. Because some of them have spaces, some of them don't. So yeah, the issue was exactly what I thought it would be. But we cannot fix it this way. Because then it also breaks. Sick. Which basically means that we somehow have to split it with this, if the space is present, and so this line of code gives us basically one more unnecessary thing sometimes than it should over here, which means all we have to do is just remove it. Yeah, and we can remove it by looking through this entire thing, I suppose, and just oh, we can replace. Oh yeah, the replace exists, right, in Python. Like the go Python string replace. Does replace bananas apples, so replace two spaces with one space every single time. Should fix it. Replace 1 2 with 1. How about now? Great. Now all we have to do is we have to take this thing, monstrous thing, up to the split space. Or you know, let me just do this up to the replace point, like so. Ctrl F. There we go. And now we can copy this entire line. And now we take this line, comment this out, and comment this out. And then go look for these. Up to this, damn it, I wasn't selecting. Now we go back, and if we just find the, what is it? This, perfect. Then if we do change all occurrences, and if we just paste this in, and now if we paste this in here, correct, let's try it. It isn't crashing, which is good. Good news, very much good news. Now if we do this, there we go, we run it. We're getting things. So somehow all we did is just pass data, and the stream has been going on for 4 hours. It took me 4 hours to pass the data. Alright, let's check with cesium. At 55, 6, cesium. This should be for cesium. Now we copy it. If we paste it over here, it's wrong then. Because, well, these two are just switch places, and these two switch places. But yeah, it's correct. So there we go, there we have it. This line, this very simple line of code gives us the thing, and then if we just... we can actually combine them. Give me a second. Let's make this line even better. So, done string would be equal to, and let's combine them. Let's have this one. So, for, let me just do it like this. For index done in range length of this thing, there we go. Let's just have it equal to done string print done string, where end line would be equal to nothing. All right, now a length like this, we just have to take every element of these, which basically means, and we'll have to just join them together. So we will do it like so. For example, minus, actually no minus, dot join together this one with brackets index done, and we also need the second one, which is over here. Let me just first paste it over here just in case I lose it. There we go, and we also need to join and find index done. There we go. This thing and this thing with index done. And now if we do this, it breaks. Great. It breaks on this line of code because it takes exactly one argument to given. Because this has to be an array, that's why. Expected string intents int found. In what? In which part? Let's try it again then, I suppose. Shall we? Let's try to do it again. So here's the thing. We have this, and for index done in range length of big boy string, then this join, wait, dot join like so, and to it we just have to give it an array, right? Join. Yeah, we have to give it an array, which basically means an array with 2 items, and let's just create an example array which will be equal to a and then b, an example array 2 which would be c, d. There we go, and our example array join together this at 0 with this at 1, because why not? And now, and this would be just the length of example array. This one should be 2 to cover our bases. AD, great. Wait, why twice? Oh, because done string length. Then it's printing done string, which is rather pointless, so let me just do it like this. Great. Which means right now we can also do it like this. Sick, and now we can just replace them with the appropriate lines. So first actually the one above, because it's the big boy. I'd rather get the big boy first out of the way. So this over here and over here, and you, exact same scenario, over here as first. And it breaks. Why? Good question. Now I have a question. If I take these back and if I just replace them like so with final string array, and there we go. Would this break? It does, because sequence item 0, expect string instance int found. This is a list of ints. That's why. Which means that if I do it like this, string instance int found, but it's a string now. I converted it into string. Because to be fair, this is an array of ints. But if you put an array of ints over here into a string, it should be a string. String. That's what I want this to be. It should be a string, which I'm presenting as str. In what? Actually, why? How? In what meaning of it? Also has a problem with this. Oh, that actually also might be. Wait, so if I do this, because that second one might also be already past thing, which means that if I do this, if I do this, and if I do this, let me just, there we go. Now we should have numbers. Great, but we don't want numbers, do we? No, we want subshells over here, which means that this one should be actually started with a 1, right? 1, 1. Okay, so this -1 used for a subshell, like so. There we go, which means that right now we can just take this, comment it out, place them, and we can take this thing, comment it out, and replace this. Oh, there's an error. Closing parentheses. Oh, because it's a thing. So over here, we would need to do something else. Like, for example, the str. Would this work? Str. Would this work on this thing right here? Please tell me it would. If it does, then that's great. It does. Sick. Fantastic. Which means that right now all we have to do is just place this, and then there we go. We have it. It's in a single line. And in case you were wondering just how big this line is, well, let me first stop this. And this is the entire line laid out so that you can all see it. This is the line. This is what we made today. So yeah, we passed the thing. What's really great about that is that actually we haven't passed it, but well, we have passed it. We just know how to write. So that'll be it. Yeah, there we go. That's the. This is the line. That looks pretty fun. So for now, I suppose that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye.